Good morning. Running a little late here. Give me a second. All right. Big fix short. SPX test 44.75 or 80. Looks like maybe 75. I don't know if we'll hit 80. Full bull. More like our rescue operation probably. Running away from their Vega risk at 44.50. Why is this? Because they don't want to blow up their portfolios. Mm. Also, surrounding CPI, it's not uncommon to see like out of the money straddle and strangle positions get pulled back. So patience, possibly a better entry. I hate them. Yeah, that's reasonable. I feel like it's been 83 years since we opened with Wubbo Gap. What? Hot CPI equals the bull market is back, baby? No. Give me a second here. Video Tesla's got a little bump in the pre-market. Apple down. Okay. I'm gonna enter a position on Tesla. It's gonna take me a minute or two. Interesting. All right. So watch for failures at 70, 75, 80. How big is their position at 75, 80? It's not huge. There's there's a little bit at 90 on some expiry that isn't. Oh, maybe no, that is today. So they kind of have some interest all the way up to 90, but the 90 may be sold because 85 and 80 are pretty low. 75 is kind of high. There's a decent amount of interest still at 75 that carried over from yesterday. Put gamma to the downside. Hasn't changed too much. Still largely concentrated around 44.50. Now Delta's starting to drop. And yeah, I I don't think this is gonna last long. Doesn't look good so far. 1750 on GME. Oh, I wanted to close these. QQQ. Tesla. Tesla's pushing all of its call interest into the money. Well, that'll give me a better entry. Let's see if Tesla rejects off 75. $75.65. This is the same fucking price. This is about flat. BTU's ripping. Oh, is it? Like, how hard? Hold on. I have... Oh, fuck yes. Finally. Hold on. I actually have calls on that I need to close. Tesla too high risk for PP or giving a good entry. I think it might be giving a good entry. So I'm gonna wait and see if this rejects off of 75. SPX doesn't look super fucking hot right now, so I'm thinking we're gonna get like a breakdown across the board. Although I'm not sure how I want to approach my Tesla entry. Son of a bitch. Too slow. Oh shit. That's right. I'm supposed to close this fucking BTU position. Where the fuck up? KView seems to be having a nice morning. Yeah, a little bit of... Looks like there's a little bit of push on Dow today. And Russell. Wonder if that'll stabilize Fubo at all. Nope. No, it's not stabilizing Fubo in the slightest. Utilities and energy could benefit. I guess we'll see. Okay. I need to watch BTU real quick here. I bought an absurd number of like $22 and $23 BTU calls that expired this Friday. So, woohoo. One of their current CEOs' great ideas prior to this was while EA wanted to charge people $1 to reload their gun in battlefields. You may have killed themselves. They're already backpedaling a little bit and have a shot a lot of their game dev trust. Oh, Unity? Yeah, I kinda heard something about that last night, I think. Was there news on BTU? No, I don't think so. But there was like a shitload of call interest that was coming in like all throughout this last week, and I was hoping that some of the short calls would pull back early, which it appears some of them may have. Looks like there's a decent amount of de-risking going on SPX. Any short-term price target? No, not particularly. I'm not sure if we're gonna see short calls pull back at 24. If we do, it may move up even harder. Um, but there's like the next upside resistance is at like 24, just above 24. What would be the downside target today if we start breaking down? I mean, 44.50 is all that matters. I forgot to mention happy SLD day, homewrecker. Thanks, Rims. As per my flightiness on my straddle yesterday, I'm in a similar position. My straddle is net negative, so I'm hesitant on setting a stop on the green call side. Should I just be patient? I mean, I'm not gonna say that the current price action looks super bullish, but you could just wait for a larger move. Up to you, Devarama. I already entered it at open, so. It feels like the Bears and Bulls are both terrible at their jobs. And Bulls just wanted to rescue their like neutral shit, right? We talked about this yesterday before close. This is not uncommon. I don't think it's going to persist. It looks like it's already starting to break down. Yeah, I have Apple puts at 75, and then I took another position this morning. One set 175. See oil hitting 90 this week. It hit 90 already this week. May not recover by the end of the week, but it might. Right today it's down a little bit. Dixie's starting to move up, 104.7. Euro down. How the fuck is the pound up when their GDP is negative 5% in the trailing 3 months? Also, congratulations on your recession, England. Great Britain, well done. Maybe a short opportunity on DHR. Hmm. Do you see Amazon running? You mean continuing to run? Amazon's a tricky short. I probably wouldn't fuck with it just yet. Hold on 1 second. Okay, cool. Out of those. So September 29. Open 5. All right, so ES failed the test at 44.76 now. Looking for a breakdown of 61 before things turn a little more bearish. Okay. What are the BTU calls? Tesla at resistance here. Might our Baba 85Ps go in the money before Friday? Yeah, it's possible. Baba's just approaching its like long-term trend. So could be a little bit of support around 87. But if that breaks, the next downside support is at 82, like 82.60, which would, yeah, that would put those positions in the money. We're gonna try it again. Ooh. Is that not settled? All right. A little more. See if this fails at 76 again. Big old wedge. Was this a Head and Shoulders on the 1 hour? Yes. On ES, I assume you mean? Yeah. It's more distributive than anything else, but sure. Stop loss hunt there? I think just one last push. Probably, they probably pulled down like the 75s on the prior push. Um, and this one, they're probably targeting the 70s. Total delta is starting to turn negative again. After being slightly positive at market open. Looks like 65, 55, and 50 puts are starting to reaccumulate. Let me see what kind of volume we have. Gamma flip points at 44.7750. Pretty decent put volume. All the way down to 50, maybe even a little bit below it. Starting to pick up a little bit of... Yeah, VVIX is moving up a bit. Actually, those are quite diverged. Huh. Yeah, doesn't look bullish. I don't see anything that looks particularly bullish here. Is there short covering on GME and HE? Well, GME's tips are about to cross. And then HE tips are also about to cross. So a little bit, yeah. Not a lot. There's not a ton of volume on either one. It would be cool if we just free fall to 44.50 right now. That option becomes a little more viable under 50, well, under 65. Well, there we go. Oh, we just gapped down. Fun. Hey, Gurk, can my baby cubs come out in the sun now? I, if you want them to. They're a little bit late to the picnic. Let's fucking go, question mark. I kind of want to enter some J&J pits again. Could be viable. Hold on. I've created a bit of a mess here. Okay. remove this. There we go. That's not Johnson & Johnson. Yes, it is. Okay. I mean, I could see that. Yeah. A failure at 63 is pretty fucking bearish. I don't hate it. I mean, although if what we think is about to happen to the indexes is about to happen to the indexes, it probably doesn't matter what heavily weighted part of the S&P you want to short. Healthcare would maybe not be that attractive, but, you know, to each their own. Fuck Airbnb, let them burn. Is it finally dying? Don't promise me things. Oh, thank God. Seriously, fuck that piece of shit. Looks like they pulled back a lot of Vega risk this morning. Given that we're already at 4460 and VIX is sub 14. It's gonna be the first market crash in history where VIX doesn't go above 20. I forget J&J is technically pharma. Yeah, but so generally like pharma and healthcare have a little bit of negative beta. Already a big on Apple PP. Nice call out. Nice, dude. Just to make sure we're on the same page, what do we think is about to happen to the indexes? Soft landing. We're not going to see delta neutral unless we slip 4450. They can still defend it. After this morning, I'm not sure how much risk it still poses. I'm sure they've pulled some of it back, but we'll see. If they're gonna let us like drop down to 4400, they're probably gonna try to get it to happen as slowly as possible, so as not to excite the VIX too much, because they have about, I think, like about 4 times the Vega risk at 4400 that they do at 4450. It's a little more spread out. It's like 4415 through 4400, but it's there. This is the best OPEX ever. Thanks, Melly Duck. I did VIX October 135014. Wish me luck. Aren't you already up? I guess October kind of fucks you, but a lot of folks would have cut their losses on an Airbnb October short. Not this regard. This one either. I just kept averaging in like an idiot, and it's paying off. I know it's risky though. I'm looking to stop this in the future. I mean, a lot of Airbnb's price improvement just had to do with it being added. Ooh, that's not good. We failed to bounce up and fill the gap there. Burrish. Yeah, a lot of Airbnb's price improvement had to do with it being added to the S&P, right? So it was unlikely to sustain it those levels. Seeing that this is playing out identical to the last CPI print, you mean de-risk and drop? We're barely under where we opened. Fun hasn't even started yet, right? Not at all. NW, thank you so much, man. Guys, give NW a shout out. Welcome to Cornishon. Enjoy your Dillionaire coupons. Well, VIX, what? VIX negative 2%, VIX futures plus 6. VIX futures rolled. It's VIX expiration today. Become highly regarded. They got one of my lucky puts. Oh, sorry to hear that. Fucking MM does not want to give me my fill on this. Are those ever gonna sell? $4,200 end of week, and I pull an ace of spades. Okay. Nailed the put at the top again. Who? Nice. Well done. I'm an idiot and greedy, so I've placed my limit sell at 4,400. I cut my call hedge for a $10 loss right before the big drop. Am I a godly trader or what? That was probably a smart move. Yeah, I mean, it was pretty obvious they were de-risking at that point. That this like bounce back is not bullish. Did you do a St. Patty's Limerick challenge this year, like in 2022? I didn't actually. Or did I? No, I don't think I did. Maybe I did. No, I probably didn't. It was easier in 2022 because everyone was like, "Oh, GameStop gift cards, so cool." But there's no gift cards for the SPX. I've been trying to see how many GFEs I have on WeBull for 2 months and still can't figure it out. You should be able to go into like your profile, I think, and it should tell you. Paper scalping SPX for the last 3 weeks. I'm up 19K. Is this strategy sustainable? There's times when scalping SPX is better. Um, the current environment's pretty okay for it. It's it's sustainable but not very scalable. You didn't because tradition means nothing to you. That's true. I will take a BTU gift card. We could have done BBBYQ gift cards. At least the plastic would be worth more than the shares. Yeah, I found out there's still a bunch of those idiots floating around. Like, more than I thought there would be. They have whole subreddits dedicated to their fucking inane and unsubstantiated theories. And none of them understand how bankruptcy works. Why didn't you tell us to full port 4600 Ps out of the money a few weeks ago? You mean 4500s? I bought 4500s when we were testing delta neutral. Instead of a gift card, it should be pick your 15 minute to expiration 0 DTE. There's that give a share thing if you wanted to insult everybody. Oh, gross. I'm not doing that. The only reason I bailed out of Bobby is because I understand how bankruptcy works. Having gone through it myself. Where's... Oh, this is because Dork left. Hold on. I'm going to send Dork a screenshot of the price action so he knows what he's missing. No, I mean 4600 on 727 for that one day it touched 4607. I think I was buying debit spreads at that time. Like for the 4500 4300 debit spreads. Those were cheap as fuck when VIX was that low. A 4430 gamma looks tantalizing. Yes, it does. So does the 35 and the 40, actually. I like all the put gamma here. This is fantastic. Jimmy looks like it might OPEX. Market crash. I don't think the market's gonna crash. But it's possible that the market should price in the fact that inflation's reigniting. Puts about to take profits? I don't think very many of them are in the money. Most of the puts on the chain right now are at like 44.40, 35, and 30. And the longer dated puts aren't going to take profits at all. I made 80% on a 44.75p, and I need a new entry. All right. I'm not giving anybody a heads up on when to tighten their stops. I'm not gonna coddle you. Have you cut the call side of your overnight straddle? Yeah, this morning. For debit spreads, do you often close out the short leg if the long leg is going in the direction you intend? Sometimes. Meanwhile, Yellen says she doesn't expect a recession. We're probably, I mean, unemployment's probably already over 4%. What membership level includes the coddling? I don't think any of them do. Put interest 44.40, 35.30, mainly 0 GTE. No, not all of it. Some of it's further dated. Is your daily DD on GME still valid? Is now a good entry on shares for next week? The tips haven't quite crossed yet. GME could still go down quite a bit more before it starts to run. I would say it's got probably at least another $1.50 it could drop. So that might be a consideration if you're buying shares, especially if indexes sell off over the next couple of days. I heard the GME borrowed rate dropped. Is it true? Yep. I made a straddle and both sides are profitable. Well done. The 15 minutes ready to break down. So is the daily. Okay, and then the 5 minute. Is bounce sustainable at all? Gamma flip still at 44, 44.7750. All right. Yes. Okay, so ES is testing 44.6150 right now for 25. We still want to see a move sub 44.50 here or two. Although, I guess that's pretty close to like SPX 44.50. But that would confirm it. I'll move this down to the 5 minute. That was the best SLD in months. We dropped like 350 basis points during the August SLD. This bounce is pretty decent, to be honest. It's okay. Dixie's still moving up. Not quite back at 105 yet. We're trying very hard to turn correlation around. What's pumping in the underlying? Nvidia's doing okay. QQQ's up a little bit. Meta, Tesla's still dropping. Apple's still dropping. AMD is up? It's a bit odd. Hmm. Interesting. Ooh, big Vic short again. Can they just not today? Oh, they're gonna all day. Let's see. There's still some like 70 and 75 calls they could try to bleed off. A little bit of support on the call side at 60. So there's like a little bit of a call wall at 60. Yes, testing. Trying to test 65. Guess that's about the same. It's a little early for the V Gherk. Yeah, we'll see if it persists. There's SLD in the room with us right now. Why don't you buy 4,500 calls and find out? I think they're just trying to de-risk their calls on their short puts. What would even be the narrative they try to push on this? And they're still trying to push the same narrative that the Fed's not going to do anything. The support for NVIDIA is still at 448-ish. Support on NVIDIA is... there's support at 447 and 442.59. It's still kind of like chopping around its lower resistance. I mean, this kind of looks like it's gonna fail over time, but this like lower trend is pretty strong, so it may take a little while to break down. Gherk AJ sold bear calls. We're doomed. I'm not worried about it. So what's their plan when the Fed comes out and says, "You're wrong, we're gonna do something"? They're gonna be like, "Well, this is the last one." God, you guys are so fucking impatient. I assume that the narrative is something in the line of data hot, jacuzzi good, hot data good. I don't see any but core is down articles yet, but core came in above analyst estimates for month over month. So even though core is down month over like year over year because of the base effect, it's accelerating month over month, which is not what they wanted to see today. They would have had a better case if core was 0.2 instead of 0.3. We're not impatient, or theta is. Buy more of it next time. Absolutely crushed the CPI estimate. Nice work. Keep it up. Thanks, man. I was closer than Bloomberg and Ohio. Well, the Cleveland Fed. And all the analysts. Hmm. Best analyst? Maybe. Thank you, Baby Well Nuke. Crude oil inventories are up 3 mil. Expectation were to be down over a mil. Crude's taking a little bit of a hit today, but not much. Russia's also got like a oil shortage, so they're worried that they're gonna not only extend their cuts but increase them. So it's probably offsetting the fact that inventories are up a bit. There's two types of people in this stream: those with theta and those with no patience. Should buy theta. It's great stuff. What was the big drop caused by? Closing calls, probably de-risking some short puts too. It looks like they're trying to de-risk the 4450 strike. That way when we drop, VIX doesn't go crazy. Being a centaur, are you good at playing horseshoes? Little Orphan Danny, we're all half centaur. Are you good at playing horseshoes? Gork, Mino have theta. Yes, you do. You have fucking October puts. Don't lie to me. Congratulations on being hung like a human, NVR Shillin. That doesn't mean you're gonna get that fill on it if you try to buy it, AJ. Jimmy's options IV is slowly creeping up. Is this a good sign for OPEX? Could be. I have till Friday on Tesla 273 33p. Feels good. Yeah, it's only Wednesday. We entered 4460p. Let's go back down now. Nice. Per Kramer, market plunges when Wall Street Journal story about inflation putting rate hike back on the table. Not good. How does he predict the plunge? Did he predict it? Or was he just talking about the drop from 70 to 50? How do you know when they're de-risking? Do you see options fall off the chain? Yeah. I get your Tesco value meets joke, if it makes you feel any better. Oh, that looks bearish as fuck. Dixie almost at 104.75. They're pushing down on spreads pretty hard, but the 30 and 20 are still up. I have no idea how the fucking pound is holding up right now. What are your expectations towards K-View for the next few weeks? I don't know. I still have October calls on it. I might see more covering after like the OPEX period. I know a lot of the put interest falls off the chain. It's starting to pull out of its bottom a bit. Volume's not increasing substantially though. Running out of liquidity to support that. Maybe. Fixed futures 1558. Yeah, it kind of looks like it's going to turn around too. Okay, so a little more vol priced into November. Jan's still down. What's the low for today? Prediction? If this collapses again, we might see sub 4450. I think there's a decent chance they try to defend 4450, unless they fully de-risk it. In which case, yeah, we can slip 4450 and start to head down towards delta neutral. My expectation is that they'll try to take on as little Vega risk on a drop as possible. That way, VIX is still fairly low if we were to move down to the 4400 range. If they're done pumping, does this turn around at 4472? 70. Well, okay, so it could, yeah, the prior high. But more likely they want 75 and 80, where the majority of their calls are. They didn't get them this morning, so. Where has this bull power been hiding all week? It's a little more desperate now. Have we closed bigly red? I'm fine with you publicly humiliating me. Okay. I probably won't remember this, but I'll try to. The V is nasty. It's also really early in the day. The market's barely been open an hour. Everyone needs to chill the fuck out. How's that cheating? It's like what they do every time. That's their whole deal. They're getting ready to pull the rug out. And they'll probably close as many calls as they can. $75 is still the peak on the call interest side. Then it kind of falls off. And the flip point's still at 44.7750, so we got a little bit of room. It doesn't seem like the 65 through 50 puts are really going anywhere. And the like 44.40 through 30 puts probably aren't either. It doesn't look like they've reduced. You see HE being shorted one last time? It might. Although mostly right now they seem to be covering. They've been doing quite a lot of covering since like last Friday. Must everything be preceded and followed by a pump? Christ. You know you could always just buy a call, right? Like while prices are dropping into resistance, you can just buy a call and then you sell your put at the bottom and you follow the pumpy. My broker just opened options on BTC and ETH. It was nice knowing you, Jellison. I like to be a bear. I used to be a bull. You can just switch back and forth between those every like 15 minutes. I should have bought a call when it turned around. Probably. Yeah. Are they gonna fail to get like 75? If they fail to get 75 here, that's pretty bearish. I don't think they will. They're trying pretty hard. That's a tight butthole. They're really giving Russell the juice today. How's Cat doing? Cat dropped even with Dow up. Hmm. I wonder if I should short Cat. I don't want to. It does look spicy though. Are the 4490s and 95s being sold or bought? Because that's a lot of them that just came in. Russell's down. It's the futures roll. Oh. Did they roll over the contract today? Why doesn't TradingView roll over all the fucking index contracts on the same fucking day? Why are they such pieces of shit? God, that's fucking annoying. Okay, but Dow is up. Apple's slipping a bit. Tesla's not regaining 71. Microsoft's having kind of an okay day. Amazon's doing good. AMD is doing very good. I don't fucking know why. Is there any reason? Microsoft upgrades. Oh, AMD upgrades. NVIDIA upgrades. What did the GME SEC Form 4s drop? It was like a couple days ago. Was it time to get bullish for the day? Not unless we break 75. Ugh. I'm gonna break 75 and hold it. I think mostly the calls are being sold, like the out of the money calls. 75 still seems to be their target. Total options interest is picking up, like volume's picking up everywhere. It's starting to shift a little more bearish. Someone's buying some 75 and 70 puts. 55 is still kind of weak. 50 is pretty good. Gamma flip point moved to 44.7250. So we're just slightly above it. A little bit lower high than this morning on ES. We'll see. I mean, nothing's changed as far as like the hedge and stuff. Everything's still very negative. Could a strong rejection here bring a new low for the day? It's possible, yeah. Might be a little while though. He's 11.9. Call skews shifting positive. $6 million. AveGex per 1% move is negative 6 billion. Okay. Is it worth chasing Apple puts? I mean, it's not very far from risk. You could see if it retests 75 again. I have some 0 DTE 447 runner spy puts. I was too busy to sell at the bottom. Hold or cut them. It's up to you. I mean, this can get rejected again. We're like not even an hour and a half into the trading day right now. It's a lot more can happen. Google should start ripping soon. Maybe. Not a ton of right now. It's not terrible, I guess. Yes, retesting 76. 44.76. Ugh. I just woke up. I guess inflation is bullish. I think they're just de-risking. But it may take a little while. I'm gonna start complaining now. But you already started earlier. Futures looks like serious resistance in this area. Yeah, 44.76 has been a strong resistance. Thanks for being here, Checkmate Rob. That was basic complaining. I'm about to start advanced complaining. I'm about to go get breakfast because this is boring as shit. I'm gonna put a stop on my calls though in case this gets rejected. If you bought 0 DTE puts today and they didn't print earlier, you're bad at buying puts. So push to 44.80 if they can, then dump back below 44.60. I mean, I think they're trying to get the 75 calls saved. I think they're selling a lot of the like 90 and 95 calls. 75 and 80 were kind of the top side of their strangles from last night. Do you think KView is going to get whacked with the FDA saying Sudafed PE doesn't work? I think it might. I mean, I don't know. Does Sudafed PE represent a significant number of their sales? Isn't that just like phenylephrine? Since when doesn't that work? The FDA said it's bullshit and it's never worked. But there's so many studies. Said it was the same effect as a placebo. Huh. Oh, phenylephrine is not. I was thinking of pseudoephedrine. Pseudoephedrine's the good shit, right? They use to make meth. The one you need to show your license to buy. That's the one that's now behind the counter. Oh, okay. That's the good shit. Yep, I call it purple yum yums. Figures the FDA admits to lying for 16 years just to ruin my weekly calls. Have you guys ever been to the ENT and they have like the little like brown bottle of shit that they spray up your nose? It's like liquid cocaine. That's good shit. That's whew. Fun day. It's not lidocaine. I don't know what you're talking about. I think I need a new ENT. It would appear that a portion of their growth has been fairly organic, although that seems to be changing in recent quarters. Do they have some margin contraction? Okay, yeah, a little bit. I would say that their growth looks pretty sustainable. They're in a fairly like recession proof industry. I'm not carrying around a ton of liabilities. Cash flows aren't stupendous or anything, but they seem to be okay. What is this? I mean, ES is still testing 76. Make the upside stop, please. I mean, just wait it out. Will all your positions expire today or something? Are you throwing pennies in front of the steamroller again, AJ? Just by puts at the top and calls at the bottom. It seems so easy. But it's like people at the bottom holding puts don't want to sell them. So since inflation coming in hot is bullish, it's not bullish. They have positioning that they want to pull back, and they want to collapse their Vega risk. It's macro data, first of all. I mean, I don't think we're up that much. What did open close at? 44.73. Looks like we're gonna start forming a megaphone. I've been working all morning, so I haven't been able to tune in until now. Did hot CPI make the bulls horny? Or what's causing the half pump? It just looks like they're de-risking stuff. They're definitely pulling back short puts at 44.50. 44.50, 55, 60. Those are the most important levels for them to de-risk right now. I think sub 44.50, there's not a lot of short put positioning until you get down into like the 4400 range. And I'm sure they wouldn't mind closing their 44.75 calls if they get the chance. It's not like you told us that they would defend 44.50 or anything. It's because I bought puts at 44.70. I don't want to take profits at 44.53. Well, then you gotta wait. They're de-risking by increasing their zero DTE tail risk. Yeah, but that's fine, right? They're not worried about that because it doesn't come with any like significant margin requirements. Also, it would appear as if they've stopped increasing that tail risk. I don't think they're selling that many zero DTEs, to be honest. Okay, actual serious question. What would you do to earn profits on cheap shares? I have some options vesting in Jan from work, but the share price is low, and selling CCs is like $2 a call. Is there anything at the company that you could do to improve the share price? You know, like an executive would. Does it pay a dividend or anything? So if they de-risk, we could drop back to the 44.60 range. Yeah, like 65.60. Well, that doesn't look bullish. They're not getting the broad tech pump they want to make this happen. Why isn't Microsoft trading at 410 like the guy from Wedbush said it would? They're gonna have a little problem because Apple investors just found out that Apple doesn't do anything special. You probably want to check your company's trading policy for employees. You probably aren't allowed to sell derivatives against any shares you own of the company. Um, yeah, it depends on if you have a hedging clause or not. Not every stock does. Get good, make company good, sell high. That made me laugh. I mean, that's the point of getting like shares in the company that you work for, right? Is it you get a vested interest in the performance of that company. If you have a low stock price, maybe ask yourself why. Is there something that the company can do to increase that stock price? Pro tip, Apple's never done anything special. I've been saying that since day one. Apple investors have to be some of the dumbest people. I don't know if they just figured that out. I mean, Tim Cook told them. They said, hey guys, we're not making as much money as before. Probably aren't gonna. And then they released the same exact product that they always release. The only thing Apple does well is make money. Yeah, and they've stopped doing that. Okay, I have stops on my calls. I want to get something to eat real fast. I'll be right back. I get stopped out yet? No. Okay. I sure hope a bull didn't leave a call stranded at 4,700. I mean, there's calls there, but they're not bullish ones. Remember that thing you said about BTU going back up? I love you for that. I do. Yeah, broad commodities had a pretty decent move this morning too. So that's looking nice. USD yuan is down too, so maybe some kind of confidence out of China. I am back. Is this still de-risking? Still looks like it. Since they have no trouble pushing us up, why would the market go down? Because they can't hold on to this position forever. It has diminishing returns. Bulls aren't too strong. You're just skittish. Do you risking for what did the economic data come out? What? You reposition the risk, Bob. Fuck that question. Volume decreasing, price increasing, win reversal. Probably soon enough. They pulled back a lot of puts at 44.50, like the sold puts. Okay. So spend on put premiums going up. Interesting. RSP is down 14 BPS on the day still. So at least breadth isn't supporting this right now. All right, now only the 30-year is positive. Ooh, Dixie's moving back up, though. Pound finally went fucking negative. Stop trying to make your October puts seem interesting by complaining for every $1 price change, popcorn trader. Why don't you make the market go down and then I'll stop being annoying? You should just wait for it. I don't know what the big deal is. I have a meeting in 23 minutes. Well, maybe when you get out of that meeting, the market will be down from where it is now. Use the dark arts, Gurk. You promise? No? Are they losing steam here? I mean, most of the steam was lost back here. 50 cents ago. Why has everyone been acting like this entire price range is like $30 and not $3? Further dated, I think. At least the ones they pulled back this morning were further dated. They have a lot of 0 DTE sold puts at 44.50. First of all, that doesn't short VIX, right? Over leveraged on 0 DTE puts. Why not close them here? The other bears did. Shouldn't be yields be mooning on the hot CPI? They're trying to. Ooh, the 20-year just moved positive again. Dixie's almost back at 104.75. As the Jimmy tips touch, what mechanics cause price improvement? Figure it out. I've written a lot of DD about it. We're acting like this because it's SLD and the CPI was hot. Logic dictates downs. SLD ends on Monday. It's always ended on Monday. Buying puts for SLD that expire before Monday has always been bad. For the last 4 months before August, buying puts for SLD was just bad. SLD ends on every green candle, don't you know? I forgot about that. Is that in the FINRA Margin Settlement Guide 2.0? I haven't read that one yet. Let's go, Dixie. I still don't know what the Y male models thing is from or why it's funny. But people say it a lot. Is it from Zoolander? I've seen that movie like 3 times, 4 times. That line never stood out to me. Whatever makes you happy, OG rules. You think gold is heading down to the 1890 resistance before a big bounce back? Hmm. Hopefully not. Yeah, I think it would be far more ideal if gold bounced at like, well, here or 1900. Although I guess I have until Jan, so I don't really give a shit. Why are they trying to stop Dixie from getting fucking 104.75? China's still Chinaing. Baba had a little drop this morning. It's like right on its like long-term trend right now. You think SPX bulls try to keep SPX elevated today? They might. I trade gold options professionally. The IV is pretty much the lowest in history. Good to know. Thanks, random YouTuber. It's from Zoolander's. It's sort of a response, given when something convoluted is explained, but doesn't quite make 100% sense. Ah, okay. Hmm. So if it breaks up, it could be a nice drop. I have puts, just trying to weigh my options in case of a bounce. Okay. You mean if it breaks down? There's not a lot of call support to the downside. The majority of like long calls on the chain right now are at 75. Looks like BT is having a good day. I'm glad I couldn't find a CC entry yesterday. It looks like your calls are gonna prompt. They already did. My calls prompted and I closed the fuck out of them because they expire on Friday. Hot CPI print bullish. ECB rate hike will also be bullish. No, that would just compound the bearishness of the hot CPI. It's not bullish, it's just de-risking. The data's bearish, but the market and the macro data are not the same thing. Do you currently own or plan to own in the near future? 0 DTE puts. I have one left in this account because I can't close it. I will probably buy more 0 DTE puts later today on a breakdown of 4470. Head and shoulders or a triple top or just distributive. I have a feeling that this is going to have a lot more than just one shoulder to the downside, but they're worthless enough that I can hold in the hopes of an end of day dump. Okay. Oh, we lost 75. This is about to be that breakdown of 4470 where you buy puts you mentioned so long ago. I've been waiting ages. You mean like 10 minutes ago? Oh, what is it with everybody on the fucking technical analysis today? It was at least 3 minutes. God, if I have to hear supply zone wedge or triple top or head and shoulders one more time today. Gork, some of us may have full ported today. Well, that was stupid. How do you feel about it? Okay, what about the danger zone? The danger zone's below 4450. I got this new shampoo to try, but I forgot the name. Suave? My port is jacked to the gills packed to the gills with puts. Short dated, mid, long. When this drops, I'm gonna make so much white. Nice talking goat. They all still mean nothing to me if that makes you feel any better. A little bit. Moderna calls look good right now, especially the new updated testing vaccination guidelines that came out from the FDA. Okay. That could be fun. Is it still crazy overpriced? Not really. Oh, their margins have been shitting the bed so hard, though. Cash flows have been in the negative billions for the last 2 quarters. Is it possible that anybody else would benefit more, Turd? Gerg, I'm not going to tell you how to do my analysis. Also, Gerg, TA is garbage. I don't want to hear about your patterns. Can't win. I mean, just understand that TA is garbage and then move on from there. And just like that, I went from down 20K to 10K profit. I think I'm done for the day. Thanks for teaching us to be patient, Gerg. No problem, man. Congratulations. Netflix fell off a cliff. Yeah, I wasn't too sure about Netflix this morning. It looked kind of good, but I didn't really want to fuck with it. It could find support here, so be careful if you're short it. Your feed's fantastic, man. Thanks to the banter. No problem. Do you think they will wait for ECB decision to de-risk larger amounts of their position, or will they try to get out of them as soon as possible? I think expectations for an ECB rate hike are up a little bit, but overall, I think they're still weighted around like 50-50. I don't think anyone's really too sure about what the ECB is going to do tomorrow. It could have an impact. I mean, if the ECB raises rates, it's very likely that the Fed will too. But finding that out in the middle of the night without preparing for it, probably not great. You know, there's not a lot of liquidity in futures that late at night. I think someone is over leveraged. If you had a 30K swing on an $8 drop, but that's none of my business. I mean, over leveraged is just it's relative to the size of your port, right? If you have a 25K trading account and you made, 30 grand on an $8 drop, then yeah, you're probably over leveraged. You probably wouldn't even be able to make 30 grand on an $8 drop. But if you have a $500,000 port, it's not really that big, right? Netflix CFO talking right now. Does anyone have a link? No? Check their investor relations website, maybe? Oh, I hope they say terrible things and Fubo runs more. Should I close my covered calls? The liquidity still looks like shit, though. Coming back for 44.75. Yeah, well, that's because this whole thing is like distributive, right? Usually you get something along these lines. Thanks for your opinion, dude. So win sub 70 for real? Well, we just broke down through 70 a little bit, right? Yeah. Give it time. There's not a lot of volume, so it's not moving quick. Ooh. HE getting a little excited? Is it? Okay. That's kind of cool. I'd be very happy if it picks up hard into Friday again. Quad wishing as well. Yep. 44, 85, 90. You got calls. I've got 44, 70, 65, and 50 puts. Let's see who wins. Huh. Would I be so bold as to say 65 before 80? Hmm. Yes, I would be. Netflix exec said we're putting billions into video games, and it's hard to see a return on that. We're in it for the long term. Okay. Let's see what they got. Ooh. Too hot to handle. Love as a game. Sonic Prime Dash and Solitaire. Actually, admittedly, they have way more games than they used to, but it still looks like dog shit. GME tips touch OPEX on the way. Oh, the tips did touch. But they're more just flirting with each other now. Maybe they're gonna do a little more touching. Very saucy. Hey man, took a long break. I'm happy to be back. What's up, Gorp Gorp? Thanks for still streaming and enlightening everybody. No problem. What's your opinion on the low for this SLD? Probably not like a 300 BPS drop. I could see us maybe moving into like the 4400 range, which would be about 150 BPS from where we are. But I think that will be heavily defended. Like I don't think they're gonna give up the 4400 level quickly. If they do, there's not a lot stopping us to the downside. Maybe 4300. Even that doesn't look super great though. But we'll see. We have till Monday. So. The announcement you made last night, were you referring to Bobby? Really, man? HE Weekly is green again. I have a problem. Yes, you do. We've established this. You have a gambling problem. Am I shadow banned? I don't think so, Dave. What's up? Was that $10 drop on SJX 3 minutes In 3 minutes, them de-risking some exposure at 75. Could have been them de-risking puts. I mean, Esha, clearly you're having a hard time with literacy right now. So go back and look at it again. And then stop asking me questions about it. Try it one more time. You'll get there, I promise. Sound it out phonetically. It's really helped Popcorn Trader. I keep trying to ask about the FOMC decision, but it won't show the question. Very weird. Do you want to just DM me the question, Dave? You're a pigeon whale. You can do that. But only because you're a pigeon whale and you forgot to cancel again this month. Oh, okay. Bigger factor on the Fed decision, the impact of the carry trade or the impact of the bank's duration risk? It won't show it. Huh, I wonder why. Weird. It's a good question. Well, they ease the carry trade, but increase duration risk. So I mean, I don't know how much more they can protect banks at this point. What about that question is illegal? Duration? I have no idea. I don't know why I'd block any of that. Maybe you said Fed and it thinks it's like political or something. SLD ends on Monday morning before market open. Well, at opening bell, technically. The announcement you made last night that said dollar Bobby, hashtag BBBY, hashtag BBBYQ. Was that about Revlon? I don't know, man. Could have been. Good question. Maybe you're not allowed to say risk. Try to say risk. Trade? Just type it as all as one. So if it does that, just type it all as one sentence. Like, don't put any spaces in. Fed risk trade bad money? Was there actual Bobby news? Yeah, their bankruptcy is proceeding as planned. Their shareholder equity, as per the revised bankruptcy plan, will be destroyed. And then a bunch of bag holders are gonna cry. Okay, I'm all smooth for the drop. All right, hop in. You know, I used to have a friend, Barodactyl. It's ironic that you've chosen manscaping as your go-to. But I used to have this friend that I would go like partying with. And he would always ask us if we'd like trimmed up before we went out. He was that guy. This is how I sneak Donk Thong into the chat. No spaces, baby. Well, did you? Yeah, I mean, yeah, of course. But you couldn't be honest with him. If you told him, no, he'd be like, "Well, go do it. We can't go anywhere if you're gonna be rocking a fat bush." He was very concerned with everyone's manscaping habits. He wasn't wrong. No, he wasn't. He was correct. But still, was he that one surgeon bro from Scrubs? Yeah, he was kind of like that. He's not a surgeon though. Nowadays I think he sells jet engines to airplane manufacturers. He was like Barney, but instead of suit up, he was trimmed down. Yeah. Hashtag I'm not really a douche IRL though. Are you trimmed up? I mean, every day since. I saw it the first time you wrote it. Pterodactyl. No, now it seems like you're getting defensive. I appreciate your calls to manscape. More men should. It's gross, and nobody wants to get poked in the eye. He's interested in aerodynamics, apparently. Just get laser hair removal. You can be dolphin smooth all the time. But it burns. I recently learned that many of my friends over 20 years do not, in fact, scape. It was startling. How did you find that out? Gotta make the dolphin noise. Do you expect the same level of smooth from your Tinder dates? Hmm. That's a good question. I think if it's not on par, I would get a little judgy. I actually shave my armpits once in a while. It's like baleen that captures swamp krill. Oh, Squamsk. I do not scape. My lady likes it. The peen imitates the emergence of Nessie from the lock. Wait. Man, if... You might need to see a urologist. Please don't. That's a lot of yaw. Apple ruining our drop. It's trying to. It can't be hardwood smooth and smash into a bush. I mean, you can, but it feels less refined, you know. Or a plastic surgeon by the looks of that illustration. Maybe if you were asked to plot a partial differential equation but have never studied them before, where should they begin? Oh, I could probably help you with that. You could DM JFresh and very nicely say, "Please teach me math, daddy." Free medical advice. 30 minutes of traction, pulling on your junk twice a day for a few months can help straighten that. Thank God we have a urologist in the chat. It comes up so often. I think if I ever start a hedge fund, we'll keep a urologist on staff. It's probably a good idea. Plastic surgeons don't repair that, unfortunately. No, I don't think so. Please teach me math, comma, daddy, or please teach me, comma, math, daddy. The latter. Yeah. Yeah, don't fuck up the placement of that comma. To plot, go over to Wolfram Alpha. To understand it, Khan Academy. From your lips to Hedgie's ears. Still 4465 before 4480? Yeah, I think so. Did something change? Nah. Are people pulling out of Netflix and piling into defensive stocks like Apple and Google? How are fucking bulls stabilizing the SPX? They have a giant pile of 4475 calls that we're just kind of sitting on top of. They did a lot of work to get us here, and they don't want to let it go easily. Jeffers told me to Bing it. I think I'm being set up for failure. No, Microsoft Bing is a robust and popular search engine. Please teach me comma daddy math daddy. Do you want 2 commas there? Yes, green candle, everything changed. I see. Airbnb will have the shortest run on the S&P 500. It's probably not going to be a resilient holding. These bounces are garbage. So are the drops. Although we are technically in a bit of a downtrend. Where's JT Acula so I can tell him diamond top? Not much change, just long wicks below us on the 30-minute chart. And VIX shorting is holding us up. What do the fucking wicks have to do with anything? To the point overall, I find them comparable now. What? VIX and or Google and Bing? I wouldn't know. I haven't used Bing in like 6 years. And that was because I forgot to load Chrome. Downtrend? Are we watching the same market? I don't know. All day I've kind of thought that you were watching something else. Based on your commentary. Out of the money, call interest is starting to fall off. Delta's beginning to move negative. Interesting. Starting to get more puts at 65. 70 is very hotly contested. The gamma at 70 is almost perfectly flat now, which is weird. We're up 15 bucks. Eh. But we're only up like $2 from open. Ooh, 6 BPS. To be fair, these nutsacks could go ahead and close their calls a little faster, but there's not a lot of volume, so they can't really substantially de-risk anything here. They still haven't gotten well, for a second there we were over fast gamma, but I think fast gamma moved back up. Yeah, it did. So we're still under like the fast gamma point. So even on the shorter dated call interest, they don't really have a lot of market maker support yet. They need to clear 44.7750. And repeated failures of it like this is not a good sign. I'm not a fan of the trading ranges of the last few weeks. I miss violence. Well, VIX is at like 1350, so you're not gonna get a ton of violence. At least open close variance is gonna be minimal. What is the latest we've observed an SLD drop? Like overnight into Monday morning? It always starts on Wednesday. And it always ends Monday morning at market open. How HE look, Papa? Ooh, they got fast gamma. It looks like they're still covering on HE. Maybe they'll start to cover a little more. I wonder how much that helps out GMA. They're in a lot of the same ETFs. Mexico's having a UFO hearing, and they have cute little mummified alien bodies on display. Yeah, someone showed me that last night. It looks like a kindergarten paper mache project. That logic is a bit flawed. If the market dropped to 3,900, then back to open, you'd be like, yawn. I mean, I'd be pretty excited, and then I'd be like, yawn. Are you short Tesla? Yeah. A little bit. Entered this morning. Why are elevator jokes always funny? Because they work on many different levels. Well done. Thanks, Big Dill. These aliens could look like anything past human comprehension, but they happen to look like monster movies from the 50s. Yeah. My paper mache project made it into the Magic Johnson Theater back in the 90s. Congratulations. You'd also be like, well, why didn't you close your puts when it bounced? I mean, if it was bouncing from 3,900 back to 4,470, yeah, that's a serious fucking problem, right? I mean, let's ignore the fact that a drop to 3,900 at market open would actually just halt the SPX and pretend like in some theoretical world that were possible. You wouldn't have closed your puts over, what is that, like 1,300 basis point price range? I mean, at that point, you really just need to invest in mutual funds. This isn't the game for you. Like 300 BPS into the bounce, you're not like, maybe I should take profit here. You've got a serious problem. The start of each drop looks so promising. Does it? Hmm. You are VIX futures sneaking their way back up. Interesting. There doesn't seem to be a lot of market for short October VIX below 1550 or 1555. The fuck? 1 second. All right. Let's see if we give futures 44.70 the slip here. It seems to be the level propping this all out. I can't hold it above 45.28. Oh, on the... Okay. Yes, that's the equivalent resistance on the next contract. It makes sense that Gherk is at his office at BlackRock with all the knocks on his door from the interns. Well, that was a phone call. I had to run down to the lobby. All right, this one could be it, where we start to get like our longer term breakdown. Let's see how structure looks right now. Yeah, so gamma's still falling, or delta's still falling off, down around like 400, negative 400,000 now on the 0 DTE. Put interest highest at 44.60 currently on the longer dated. The 0 DT is at 65. 70 is breaking down a little bit. 75, not much yet though. So they're still holding a lot of calls at 75. I don't know if they've rotated those over to being sold. There's a shitload of volume on the strike, so maybe they have. But 44.70 call interest in the money has fallen off a lot. Have you purchased any fun gadgets lately? You know, I haven't. I've been kind of I haven't really bought anything recently, actually. I've been being very frugal lately. I don't know why. I should treat myself to something. The only thing I want right now though is a commercial stand mixer. And I can't justify it, nor do I have anywhere to put it. Is now a good or a bad time to sell BTUCCs? Might not be a good idea. I've also been largely avoiding selling covered calls anywhere near the money on it. I do have some that expire tomorrow at 25, but I don't or Friday at 25, but I don't think they're at risk right now. I also sold them like a couple weeks ago, so I don't think they're going anywhere. Why does this price action look like slow RC insider buying? I don't know. Maybe you're delusional. Have you ordered JFresh a new barbecue yet? No. You could treat your loyal subscribers to a giveaway. Hmm. You're gonna get a blend tech and grind random things up on stream? I already have a Vitamix blender. I don't see why I would downgrade it. Like a KitchenAid professional? No, I was thinking like a Hobart. So Hobart used to make this countertop one that I think they stopped production on, but I want to find one of those. They're still large, but they're not like it's not like what you'd see at like a bakery. Are end of month bear call spreads or bear put spreads a good move here? How flushed out are puts now? I still think it's moderate. Like we're probably not going to see a lot of OI increase on puts until VIX starts to pressure them into moving into positions faster. But the slow accumulation of put interest has been building. And it's getting to the point where we have a pretty decent downside ramp should we hit it. And they're farther dated too, which is dope. Not floor. No, it's not the kind you put on your floor. It's like a countertop one. I bought a Vitamix a few years ago. It's still in the box, unused. I can't say I've used mine very much either. Still watching EXR? Yeah, I bought some. I've been buying some. I have some leaps on it. The GME Discord is in need of some copium. No, they're not. Shadow banned again? I don't know. Maybe, Dave. What are you trying to ask me this time? Oh, you're sending me all the mixers? No, not like those. Here, I'll put it on live chat. Maybe then your messages will show up. I don't know why it's doing that. Distributive price action is mind-numbing. It tends to be, yeah. Repositioning breakdowns like this on SPX tend to drag out a lot. They're very, very, very fucking boring. If it's any consolation, it looks like maybe the bottom's in for VIX. Was this a good place to average down EXR shares, or could it drop lower? Let me see. Yeah, so this is a little bit below my cost basis now. I mean, I guess it depends on your cost basis. I can't really average down here. I could average down a couple of my leaps, but not even very much on those. And I'm only like $1 below cost basis, but this is a cheap price. So so here's a fun way to de-risk a strike that won't go in the money. If you're ever sitting on like a top of the range strike, like a set, like say you were sitting on 75s today, right? And the tests of like 78 weren't enough to close it out. You can then sell 70s against it if you think it's gonna break down, right? And you flip your position bearish by selling the in the money call, and then now you have a bearish credit spread. So I think that's what they're doing largely with the 75s right now, is they're like selling calls against them, longer dated calls against them, which is one way to kind of drag the VIX down. Not all drops on VIX are bullish. Also, we'll try to remember that. I think we had this conversation once before, like it was like back in early August. You flip bearish, then it immediately runs to 44.90 like clockwork. Well, you can just roll it out, right? It's not as easy to crush VIX with sold calls, but if you're selling shitloads of them, then yeah. Conversely, not all rises in VIX are bearish. This is true. If Jimmy Tips made it to second base, they've only just briefly kissed. It's been like 30 minutes since you last said 80 before confirmed 80 before 65. No, 65 before 80 is what I said. We still haven't hit 80. What's that to do with their Vega risk? Well, they could slowly pull back short puts simultaneously, right? By selling the call, it gives them the credit to pull back their short puts. Right. Okay. So you have a 0 DTE call. Think of this as your position. Hold on. I'll try to show you guys in a way that's more easily explained. So let's do long call SPX. All right. All right. So say you have 0 DTE 44.75, right? And you have a sold put at 44.50, but this is up, right? So you sold this when it was like $3. And you bought this when it was like, what were they this morning? Um, So you bought these at like $2. So now you can sell. So you sell a 4,500, right? And then you can. This is now. Well, you'd probably have to sell a 4090. Yeah. So if you could sell a 4090 and then close this, then you can take profit on this. And now you're only exposed to the downside move. I didn't realize how many people have attention deficits until like a dozen people have quoted you saying the exact opposite of what you said. This is really common. It's something I've been dealing with forever. It's one of the reasons I try to tell people not to quote me in the Discord, because very frequently they just get it wrong. They learn to make Franken spreads from you. I mean, that's just like a really common way of like getting out of a synthetic long, right? While maintaining a market-wide expectation, especially if you need to maintain like a market-wide expectation of reduced forward volatility, right? Because VIX is a measure of the expectation of volatility in the market, right? And if you're selling shitloads of calls, you're still reducing the expectation of volatility. SCX 4450, 0 DTs. Here's a once in a generation play. Gherk popcorn trader. They were pretty good this morning. If I could have closed the one in this account, I would have. But I couldn't. I have no day trades left. I'm starting to think that if they find a way to hold us here for another hour, they'll find a way to pump end of day. Into the calls they're selling? That seems disadvantageous. Did you close your Fubo CCs? No. They sold calls so they can squeeze their own calls out. It's genius. Well, then you'd get like spot up VIX up, right? They don't want that. So they're holding the Hot Wheels car and revving up the boosters to the downside. Well, if they're de-risking 4450, then they'll just let it drop when they're done, right? And then they can ensure that VIX won't increase too much to on the downside move. Obviously, the problem with this is on the side is that the more of that they de-risk, the less support they have to the downside, and so you get a situation where the price begins to collapse, like over, god damn it, like over time, right? Because every time you're doing that rotation and selling the call and closing the put, you're losing a little bit more and more of your downside support that's propping up the price. And so you'll start to bleed down like level by level by level, and until there's no support left, and then it just falls. How much theta for a possible SLD move would you recommend? It's usually good to buy them for like the next Wednesday or Friday following SLD. That way you have enough theta to carry them overnight for a couple days to ensure there's A, going to be a move, and then B, you have enough theta to carry them if you fall deep into the money into Monday morning. Good entry for AMD puts here. It's very close to my prior entry. I still like 110 better. I don't know if it'll hit that. I think my prior entry was at like 109. Yeah. So I'd wait. It's got a little bit of interest and volume on some of the analyst upgrades today. That might take like a day to bleed out. Holy fucking shit, this is boring. Don't forget that this is really important on futures too, right? So much of like the upside trading over the last like I don't know, like the last 2 weeks has been focused on this like 76 level, right? And so some of this, if not a decent portion of it, is also rolling over those positions to the December contract while they're at the money. And they started rolling over a lot of it yesterday, but then it slipped. And so, now we've come back here, and even though volume's declining, there's quite a lot of volume on futures right now. Are we breaking through 44? When break through 4470? I don't know. Probably when they're done de-risking.
Or once they've de-risked so much that they can no longer stabilize the current price. It's only 1 o'clock. You check out ARM. SoftBank wanted to get rid of them, so maybe they could be used as an excuse to pump NASDAQ a bit. I mean, their valuation's not high enough to pump NASDAQ. Would help if ES could move more than 3,000 contracts every 15 minutes. I mean, first off, they need liquidity, right? To roll, you still have to sell and buy, and that means someone has to buy the contract that's rolling out. So yeah, there's not a ton of liquidity there on the at least not on the September contract. There's probably plenty of liquidity there on the December contract. I bought more jam puts. This seems like a lower high. Okay. Are you buying like at the money ones or out of the money ones? What if no one buys them? They have to settle them out. Yeah, I do believe so, Barodactyl. Jan 3500s. Oh, wait, you're a different person. You're not the person I asked. Are you buying Jan 3500s? They're not awful. I like the 36 a little bit better, but yeah, it's not bad. Out of the money. So oil is $10 higher now. Next CPI is going to be a disaster. That's kind of the expectation right now. Rents might be a little lower. Although this tends to be a high demand season for renters. Well, the next report will be reporting on the higher demand season for renters. Close at 44.75. It's not impossible. I don't think so. I think this would break down before then. There'd be quite a lot of charm due to the current positioning. It wouldn't really benefit stability of these prices. How many were more rejections of 44.78? As many as they need. Could they push it higher off of bearish ECB news? Above 4,500 tomorrow. I'm sure that they're hoping that ECB does a pause. If ECB hikes rates, I wonder if it'd be bad enough for the dollar to stabilize prices. Probably not. If the ECB doesn't hike though, dollar value is gonna go up with the expectation that the Fed might still hike. The ECB has to follow the US at this point? No, they don't. Not anymore. Actually, they need to start breaking away from our monetary policy. They haven't followed us to a T. I mean, like their real rate is like 3.75 right now, I think. So still below ours. But they've already got, a recession in their largest economy, and one that's rapidly getting worse. And then across the entire like economic sector, they have a lot of other um, they have a lot of other contraction, and so there's even a slim chance that they cut their rates, I think. Germany is the only economic producer over there, and they're having issues. I mean, they're not the only one, and the other ones combined are almost as large. But yeah, Germany's having some serious recessionary problems. They've not only have they slipped into a recession, they've done it pretty quickly. So raising rates at this point is not something that they're encouraged to do. Even holding rates is quite risky because it's likely they'll throw the rest of the EU economy into recession if they hold for too much longer. Since Germany is such a huge portion of their like production capacity. Is there anything that ECB does that would be bearish? I mean, if they hike rates, it's gonna destroy like the current bull case for the Fed not hiking. Um, well, at least the equity bull case of the Fed not hiking. Bonds already are kind of assuming that they will. Um, Swaps will have to price in a rate hike at this meeting because currently they don't have it priced in until November. So that'll probably drive that could drive some like vol up, and maybe we see yields expand a bit. If they cut rates, that's gonna rocket the dollar, which has all the like all of the negative like risk asset consequences, right? Like people gain a larger appetite for tail risk and less certainty about U.S. Multinational business growth. So yeah, I mean, there's a couple things they can do that are pretty bearish. Like a pause might be the least bearish thing, but it's not good for their economy. And I don't think another rate hike is in their best interest either. That doesn't mean all central banks always act in their own best interest. Look at Japan. But the only assumption you can really make is that they will. Other large EU economies are also looking horrible. Italy, France, Spain, Poland, Sweden. I know. But Germany's looking worse, right? Also, its importance can't be overstated. If only England were part of the EU, then they'd really be fucked. Well, I think we might be slowly coming to the end of this. Maybe this is our last high. One last blow off. We've traded flat since the breakup. Does it look less likely we break down? The longer we consolidate, the more bullish it gets, no? I think the more bearish it gets. I don't think this consolidation here is bullish. But I do think they could push like one more time real hard before capitulating here. They have the opportunity to do it. I don't know if they're able to do it. We'll see. I don't know. I don't know how impactful fast gamma is for them right now. It might just be too hard to pull over, but how do we get 6 months of negative data with bullish reactions? Well, the initial negative data didn't have any realized effect. Now it's starting. Now the negative data is accumulating and starting to have more broadly realized negative effects on currency valuation and bond yields, and we're starting to see yields move up to a range where they're not only matching but outpacing like S&P earnings yield, and bonds are becoming a more and more attractive investment. But people, I mean, a lot of people just simply didn't want to deal with any more downs, right? They were just tired of the bearishness. And probably in a period where it would have really benefited our economy to have continued to contract, Um, Analysts just repeatedly published reports with higher and higher expectations, despite forward earnings not really improving dramatically. Some are local news that U.S. inflation is up, and a rate hike was apparently uncertain. Doesn't seem that uncertain. I think we just got our hottest inflation print of the year today. Fast gamma seemed like spraying Pam on the bottom of a snow sled. Okay. Could we see GME sub 16 by the end of the week? I think if we have a substantial drop in indexes by the end of the week, that would provide maybe enough liquidity for them to short it back down. The shorts are in a pretty good position unless GME breaks over like 1850. So I don't think they're super concerned right now. So definitely still possible. I don't know if we'd go sub 16, but maybe down to 16. I guess that would depend on how hard indexes were to sell off, if they are. So you get fast grandma. My grandma just got a new walker. She's slow. Looking for extra scrumptious today. Thanks, Edwin. Are you using the apricot face scrub, or have you been dining out on adrenochrome despite walking? Both, actually. One sec. Someone's This is so fucking boring.
Well, this is getting kind of overextended. But still not gaining any ground. All of these still lower highs. Let me see what the options trend's looking like. 65 put interest picking up. Gamma flip is still 77.50. Still some put volume at 70, 75. Gamma's still, or Delta's still dropping too. So I'm not sure if that's just an effect of the calls being sold, or it doesn't look like it's all put volume. So I would say it's probably mostly calls being sold. This is so boring, I fell asleep for a bit until you woke me up saying this is so boring. If you're bored, why don't you buy a ton of puts and make it exciting? I already have a ton of puts. I have a stop on my calls, which apparently is also never going to hit. More or less what than there was before? Like total, like net delta? Net delta's moving negative very, very fucking slowly. But in the last, let's see, in the last half hour, it's dropped from like negative 200,000 to like negative 450,000. There was a pretty huge drop in net delta at like 1150, which I think was this. Yeah, like right here. So this was a significant amount of the delta fell off. So we moved from positive to negative here. And then we've stayed negative this entire time, but it's not until like the last half hour that it's really started to fall beyond like negative 200K. I just don't get why every day they have calls to rescue. They want to reduce open to close variance. So they want open and close to be as close as possible. They don't care what happens here, right? As long as it ends the day there. Because this reduces overall historic volatility, right? If you start to get, if you start not to rescue those calls and bring the market back around after drops, or close the calls and bring it down after increases, then you start to get a directional market. And once the market starts trending directionally, you're going to start to see an increased demand for VIX products. So, you'll notice recently, like if we drop and we test like 60 or 65, they'll leave their calls at like 75 and 70 open. They did this yesterday, even though they didn't go back in the money. They just left them
because they want to try to drag the price back up to that level that we started at every time. Here's the thing, though. All the put buyers from earlier today are going to start to turn, or put sellers from earlier today are going to start to turn into put buyers. So everyone that slammed the pump up to back up to like 44.70 is going to start closing those puts as we move into like the end, like into power hour. Um, really after like 2 o'clock, right? And that's gonna start to put even more drag on the already negative delta. This is why we get the V. Yes. Yeah, the V's very important. It also has to do with the fact that largely zero DTEs are sold, not bought. Like the vast majority of zero DTE volume is sold. So they sell shitloads of calls. Well, depending where we open, they either sell calls or puts at market open. So here's Vega risk, right? And then so if we open above Vega risk, they sell calls, and then the market falls below Vega risk and they sell puts. Or if we open below Vega risk, and the MM hedges Vega at open, then they sell puts, then they sell calls. So today, I mean, a lot of what we're seeing today is, we 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 opened below Vega risk, right? And they fought back against that a little bit in the morning, but it failed, right? And then they sold puts, pumped, and now they're selling calls. So as we move into the end of the day, they're going to start to close these, right? And that means going long puts, which drives VIX back up. Oop, what did I do? So they de-risk by boring us to death? Partially. Is that almost a double top? No, not quite. Close. I mean, this is probably super great for longer dated put positioning. Even end of today could collapse still. But for longer dated put positioning, this is awesome because it means bulls are largely expecting a move below 44.50. What do you consider longer dated? 15, 30, 60? Like 15. I would say probably through the OPEX period and OPEX settlement. I wouldn't even say it's 15 days out. I really thought they would have pushed for like a blow off top here, so they could de-risk the rest of the long 44.75s, but it doesn't appear that they're getting anywhere with it. VIX is dead. It only takes a few minutes for it to come right back to life. Didn't you guys trade in 2021? Like fucking VIX would open at like 16 and then go to like 24 in the same day. How quickly everyone forgets. At least it started at 16 then. I mean, not always, but yeah. It was usually better. I remember a few low points. End of summer in 21 I think was pretty shitty on VIX. Like end of August 21, if I remember correctly, it was really really bad. Although yeah, bad back then was like 16. So fucking boring. Did that guy ever get his Google breakout? Oh, he did a little bit. Nice. Got like $1.20. Ooh, Netflix broke its long-term support. Was that bearish as fuck? Huh. Apple hasn't done fuck all today. Amazon's having a pretty good day. So is AMD. Yeah, NVIDIA. What's Meta doing? Meta's also up. I'm really happy I got the Tesla entry this morning, because otherwise I'd feel like shit right now. Yeah, but Tesla's still down from where it opened. Check Discord general chat? No? If you want me to look at something, why don't you DM it to me? I don't gonna go searching the fucking channels for your message. Why is the price action like a stale rice cake? I feel like I've been over this. There's a big chance we hold this level to wreck everyone on 0 DT, but come down hard in the overnight. Well, I think into the end of the day, this bleeds anyway. Mechanically, this bleeds off, so probably not hold this. Like, if we stay at this level into the end of the day, we probably won't hold it. I feel like it's kind of disturbing that you have the, you know, that's not safe. I think we break down within about half an hour. Um, it might be sooner than that. Ah, you know what? You're probably right. It's probably about half an hour. Do you recall if Mag 7 stocks have shrugged off SLD in 2023 so far? Yeah. We had a couple months there where we didn't have very good SLD price action. Like August was really good, but I think July we just went straight up through the SLD period. There was basically no pullback at all. July SLD was on the 19th. I guess we pulled back a little bit in July. Like 100 BPS, but it wasn't very significant. June, I think June was the worst one, if I remember correctly. I think June SLD went straight up into the OPEX expiration. June SLD was on the 14th. Yeah, June SLD was the one that went up. And then April or May wasn't very good either. May was the 17th. Yeah, May also went straight up and then broke down after OPEX expiration. April was okay, but I think it broke down after OPEX expiration also. March there wasn't one because that was like the bank failure. April broke down. Actually, April did have a bit of a downside. April broke down about 200 BPS. March didn't. So June and March didn't really have any realized SLD effect. Feb and Jan were huge SLD moves. August was really big. So we'll see how this one plays out. Is this your blow off top? Maybe. This is kind of what I was waiting for. Although, a little pathetic now. Is that it? Whatever, I'm gonna fucking close my calls. Epic. I mean, I don't know. I don't even know what the fuck to do with that. I thought it would have been like a real blow off top. Yeah. That was Phil? What the fuck? Okay. Kenview doing more? Are they pumping RSP? That might have been like their attempt at an RSP pump. No, RSP is actually shitting the bed right now. It's down 25 BPS today. How the fuck are they even holding this up? What? Did PiFi just rug the market? No, I just sold some 65s. I'm not even sure this is the best exit, but it feels better than the last 2 hours. Do you have this time and sales panel so the charts are wider? Probably, but I use them on regular stocks. I don't want to get rid of them solely for the sake of seeing slightly like 1 inch wider SPX. I could just do this, but then it collapses my positionings. Positionings? Positions. If you're looking for ideas for a nice purchase to treat yourself, what about instead of a big beautiful bearskin rug, you could get a big beautiful bullskin rug? Ooh, like a hide? Oh, and I could wear it. I could get like a little bull head and a little bull hide. I like the way you think, Tim. You're a smart man. What do you use time and sales for? I don't. Like the workaholics guy, but he has a bear outfit. Mine would be a dead bull. What corgi guy? Did I sell the top of the day? Like a fucking boss? I really hope so. So like a leather rug and jacket? I guess, yeah. But you gotta keep the hide. It's gotta have the hide on it. What do you think about Haston's Vivendis? Oh, you know what? I tried one of those in a showroom here in the city. It was extremely firm. They're a bit, they're a bit much. I went with the Cluft. Although they didn't have a lot of models, so I didn't really get to try like a lot of their product line. They just had the wand. I think they're all like handmade. They're really nice. A full dead bull would be insanely heavy, obviously. So like the Jansik Viking guy, but way more sane. I don't know if having the head of a decapitated bull on my body would be considered peak sanity, but sure. Hey Gurk, what furry costume are you wearing this weekend at the meetup? Listen, Bob, all I have to say is if you show up as Sonic the Hedgehog again, we're never talking. KVU2 DTE 2250 has 13k volume. Are they sold? Was it regular Sonic or the weird looking one? He did the weird looking one. It's historically true that markets often react last to poor economic conditions, and this bull market can continue to quarter one or quarter two of 2024. I think the market's already begun reacting to the economic conditions. So no, I don't think so. No, I was gonna be Mufasa. Mm, I don't think you can pull it off. Is there maybe an issue with bulls not being able to walk downstairs? Would you say it's going below 44.50 in the next 2 hours? That would be the ideal time for that to happen. No, we don't hook up in real life. He's trying to imply that I'm a furry, so I implied that he was also a furry. A man horse dressed like a bull? Intriguing. Don't say we growl at each other. You're gonna get Rims and Tim's fucking started again. Who the fuck is at my door? Jesus Christ.
Well, that was pleasant. Huh. I have less people knock on my door in a month than Gert gets in a day. You're clearly not shushing the right groups of people in public. You got a quickie? What? No. Cat lady show up? No, the cat lady's got like a super hot friend. It wasn't my door that was being knocked on. It was my neighbor's door. This adds a whole other layer to everything. Nice. Get in there. Yeah, that's how that works. No, I opened the door. I can't be loud about it. Hmm. You're not cheating on me, are you? Yes. As much as I can, Darth. I told you about this when we first met. I said it would have to be open on my end. You should talk louder about how much money you have. That'll work. Hmm. It's a bit uncouth, don't you think? All you need to do is place a large sausage in your pants when you answer the door. Women love that. Like in your pocket? Like the change pocket? Where do you have room? I don't need your permission, Darth. Women don't love that. You're not going to tell us what happened? Well, I answered my door, and she was clearly knocking on the other door, and I was like, "Are you here to see?" And then, whatever, make up a name for my neighbor. And then she was like, "Yeah, she was supposed to meet me here," and I was like, "I don't think she's home." And she was like, "Ah, shit," and she's like, "I guess I'll just wait." So I think she's just standing in the hallway. Invite her in for an ice cream novelty? It's too soon. I don't know if she's gay. I didn't ask her. It's not usually how I start conversations. Hi, I'm Gurk. Are you gay? Is your neighbor hot? Ugh. There's a lot of layers of crazy packed around it, but she used to be. I don't know anymore. It's a very forward, very autistic opener, but it could work. Anyway, back to stock stuff. This is New York City. You can't just offer people beverages, especially not women alone in a hallway
of an apartment building. It's like a... She's gonna think I'm like Bill Cosby or something, or Danny Masterson. Considering the market is up after the CPI report. Is it though? Or is it just the same as it was? Are girls from New York City hotter than elsewhere in the US? No. But there's more of them. Like, a great deal more. So, yeah. When I was in my late teens, 20s, and early 30s, I did things sexually that today I find a bit gross. I blame living together, i.e., seeing a floater from a loved one in the toilet. Is this normal? I don't know. Maybe you need more tea. More minutes on that guy that said 30 minutes. He was pretty close. And he's not just that guy, he's Pterodactyl and a long-standing member of the pickle jar. But we could start to break down, well, like about now. Yep, this looks like dog shit. So that'd be cool. A breakdown now would be nice. Oh, hey, look at that. Hold on. Now you're just showing off. I know. Did you just snort a line? No? Should I? I'd have to order Coke first. I know a guy. Wow, you did sell the top? I really did. Not only that, I just called the breakdown like right before it happened, which was pretty cool. I don't think she does drugs. Well, she's probably on medication, but or maybe she's not. She's still in the hallway. She's just like sitting there. Does she like cats? Show her your cat. I don't know if she likes cats. I mean, everyone likes cats, but I'd have to pull my cat out from under my sofa. It's like, ah, come in here for a second, and I flip the couch upside down. And I'm just like digging around in it. That's not gonna be weird. No, it's not a good setup. I don't like it. There's nothing I can do right now that wouldn't be creepy. Sure, the freezers. Chicks love when you have two big freezers. Now I can wait till my neighbor gets home, and then they both go inside my neighbor's apartment, and then I can make up some bullshit to go knock on my neighbor's door. Then I can strike up a conversation. Also, then I'm not creepy anymore because then she knows her friend knows me.
I'm not gonna light my pants on fire. You will always be creepy, my guy. No. I mean, I could mention the rescue cat later. But she also knows you let her sit outside in a New York City apartment building hallway for an hour. I'll just say I was working. I mean, everyone works at home. Is she white? I I think so. Maybe more Mediterranean. Did you get instant chemistry vibes? I don't pick those up. I have no idea. She did smile at me. Maybe. Bring her in, show her that you sold the top and also called the breakdown. All right, enough of this. Plot twist, your neighbor's in the pickle jar. They're watching right now. My neighbor's not home. She went out this morning and left a note on my door that said if she's not back by 9, feed the cat. So I don't think she's planning on coming back anytime soon either. That's 7 hours away. Chicks with arms are so hot. As have you been running into a lot of chicks without arms? I did let the girl in the hallway know that, and she said she would just wait. You have a key to her apartment? Yeah. I don't go in there, but I do have a key. You're very friendly with the cat lady. Well, I mean, I've heard her cry to her cats for 2 years almost. Why don't you call her, tell her that her friend is sitting outside the door, and ask if you can let her in? Oh, that's a good idea. Did you get a kiss? No. That's obviously not. I didn't get her number. But I did get her in the I called up the cat lady and told her what was going on, and she asked me if I could let her in. She broke up with her boyfriend last weekend, and she's spending the weekend at my neighbor's house. No, it went good, and she told me my beard was cute. Weekend stream. Okay, enough. Back to the market. We need these 0DTs to print. Now you have to have a rebound stream card. I'm not in love. Fucking relax, all right? Your beard is cute, but be cool but friendly. You're hot, smart, kind, and witty. A prize. I know. I'm definitely a catch. Squamsk, thank you so much. Welcome to Cornishon, guys. And give Squamsk a shout out for hooking you all up. Twice? Did that happen once or twice? Okay, it just happened once. Why is it doing that? Thank you so much, Squamsk. Last guy wiped with paper? Probably. Does Cat Lady know you call her Cat Lady on the stream? If she does, she's never said anything about it. Unless there's a filter, you're blushing. I'm not. It's ridiculous. You're in love with me in my head. Where do you think Cat can go? Like 270? Oh shit. Fuck, I should have shorted it earlier. God, I knew it too. Motherfucker. It could go below 270, actually. Yeah, you could. You could. It's risky now that it's realized $5 of the move. Fuck me. Oh well. I started vaping so we can puff together. That's not good, man. Don't do that. No, I didn't ask her if she wants to sit on my beard. What the fuck is wrong with you incels? This is not a drill. Scape time. No, I'm already prepped, man. I had a Tinder date like 2 days ago. I don't want to overscape. That's how you get ingrown hairs. I've given you money for 14 months. I might have learned some things too, but a test of 44 to 50 would be a lot of fun here. You know what I mean? Thank you, Baradactyl. And thank you, Guitar Stuff. It would be cool to test. That would be the icing on today's cake. Be careful. Crazy attracts crazy, and never stick your dick in crazy. That's really the only thing I want to stick my dick in is crazy. I like crazy. Crazy is kind of my game. Vic's back to 1352. Woo, we're killing it, lads. Eat the pigeon whales. I think I might have to ban that guy. We don't want a rebellion. What's worse, missing a trade or leaving money on the table? Oh, missing an entry you're planning is the actual worst. Especially then watching it happen. You have a Tinder date like every other day. This is not new news. It's Tinder's a very busy in New York City. It's a it's a crowded fish tank. Asked her if she wanted a coffee. She didn't. She did want an energy drink. I gave her one of those. I told her if she needed anything, I'd be right next door. I got this. It's fucking not my first rodeo. Relax. I didn't wink at her and lick my finger either. Don't you dare get a crazy girl to distract you from our crazy. Don't worry, they never could. I give it 45 minutes till you get a knock. We'll see. Who brought up the friend's breakup? Cat lady or the friend? She did. She brought up her own breakup. Oh my, exactly. Oh no, I spilled this. Uh, if you do get a full-time girlfriend, does she also have to stay under the couch during market hours? That'd be cool. The cat would have company. Basically married now. I don't think so. So this girl hot enough that the stream may end early? No, no, I said I was working till 4. So my plan is this, because I know her friend's not going to be home till 9, and apparently she couldn't get in touch with her. After the stream, I'm going to be like, I just got out of work. Do you want to get something to eat? Because cat lady, well, let's call her cat lady, isn't going to be back until later tonight. Boom. Feels like a good time to waste this. Will you shut the stream off if she comes over? If so, could you leave the microphone on with the bear song on repeat? New York common law is clear on this. If she comes into your house later, you're married. No. I have never, nor will I ever eat at a Sabaros. Can you move the VIX over? Yeah. My lawyer told me if they touch you, you're in the clear. I don't want to know why you got that advice. The deplorable, welcome to Tillionaire, man. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream, dude. Can you hit on the SPX like this new mystery girl? I'll have a chance of going down on you later. You don't need to rush anything. Relax. God, is this how you guys approach girls? You'll never get laid this way. If you can't talk to someone for 3 fucking hours at least, is it even worth the effort? Bold of you to assume we approach girls. Just so you know, Mrs. McPosterson was my neighbor 10 years ago. Oh, snap. I've been married for 15 years. I wouldn't know how to start dating or talking to a woman that isn't my wife. That's how they keep you around. You just forget how to hunt. The amount of incels in here is becoming very apparent. I think they're just married men, which is not the same. I mostly just shove my peener at them in the air and make noises and say, "Here comes the plane." Oh, of course you do, Popcorn Trader. Do you tell real life people your name is Gherk? I have. It depends on how drunk I am. Granted, I only do that to my wife. As long as you're keeping the spark alive, man. I disagree. I'm a married man, and even as the resident preacher, I can tell you that their advice for getting laid is bad. Okay, but you probably just haven't been married that long yet. Eventually, after enough years of marriage, your only knowledge of game is like the first 3 minutes of a porn video. Which, if you look back through the comments, most of them are pretty much that. Just like the first part where the pizza guy comes in and he's like, "I've got a pepperoni for you." Like that seems to be what most of them are kind of getting at in terms of navigating this life event that they're living vicariously through me. I'm here to fix the internet. Where would you like me to lay my cable? Wait, hear me out. Cat Lady's clearly setting you up, but what if she is also interested? Man, I haven't done cardio in a long time. I don't think I'm up to the task. So I hope not. You need me to send the Amazon link for the dong thong. Works like half the time, sometimes. That's a pretty good success rate. False. I've had a mistress who knew all about my family and was still in love with me. It's the most ego boosting thing ever. Okay. I did a 3,000 meter swim yesterday. Tag me in, coach. Stunt cock. I'm not laying anything after the stream. I'm gonna try. Hey Greg, why are you whispering? I'm not whispering. Yeah, first dinner. Of course, Jen Jen. I'm a gentleman, above all else. Honestly, why bother finishing the stream? This is pointless and boring. I mean, there's still a part of me that would like to see my 4450 puts print. You have to play this one slow. Let her know, understand, you know she's vulnerable, and that you would never take advantage of her like that. I don't know. Well, you know, Dave, I'd agree with you, but the fact that she told me she's vulnerable makes it seem like maybe she wants to be taken advantage of. Like, otherwise, you don't tell a complete stranger that you just broke up with your boyfriend and you're vulnerable. When someone says they're vulnerable, they aren't vulnerable, they're manipulative. Listen, this isn't your Midwest baby mama poopy pants. Relax. No, I don't think she can hear me from that apartment in this room, but I'm making sure she can't. I told you I'm vulnerable. I don't believe you, Darth. I think you're the one about to be taken advantage of. Yeah, ideally. She didn't say she was vulnerable. She said she was here to shake it off and on a mental health break. She's a hedgy plant? Oh, fuck. I didn't even think of that. It would make sense. The federal budget was a surplus this month? Surely that's a misprint. I have no idea. I can't wait till this time next year when she's starting the stream because you're busy changing little Gurk's diaper. That's not actually possible. If she infects you with COVID, you'll know it's true love. Yeah, it was still worth it. She sounds like my Midwest baby mama. If I buy Pontiff, can I join? I mean, worst case scenario, you're just gonna end up in a room naked with me, so seems like a win-win. Why do I feel like you like dominant ladies? Not really. Bitchy. I don't know about dominant. I like a challenge. Extra nice vibes today. Thanks. What's the low test for the day looking like? 4460? I mean, right now, yeah. But if we break down again, we might get more put interest picking up like uh at like 55. And then if 55 put interest picks up, it could drag down to the 50 level. Not possible. Have you had a vasectomy? What? Your taste in women is awful. No, it's not. I know for a fact that you would at least love my last ex. Because I know the things you have a penchant for, popcorn trader. 25 minutes behind here. So, Gurk, this recently single lady just learned your name, and we, 2 years in the pickle jar, have to resort to guessing. Yep. How frequently do you go on dates with the same person? That's pretty rare. After your dinner, you should ask her if she wants to come in and see your MTG collection. I don't have one of those anymore. Oh, not in my apartment. Now, I've gotten pretty good over the last couple years of bringing up the freezers before they see them, right? I find that that helps soften the blow. Otherwise, the freezers are quite scary. Get you a girl who gives you 5K as an apology for being so awful to you, then turn around and tell everyone that you stole 5K from her. I feel like this is something that happened to you because it's so specific. I'm sorry to hear that, Wolf of Walgreens. Bring her to your Long Island pool house. It has no furniture. Arguably, that's even creepier than the freezers. Does that start with "Don't be alarmed"? No, usually I kind of work it into like some foodie conversation. Like you go out somewhere nice to eat and you start talking about food, right? And then I kind of bring up that I'm like into food. And they're like, how into food? And like an unhealthy amount. And then I bring up the freezers, right? Or my kitchen gadgets. And then when they show up at the apartment, they're not like, what the fuck is that? And why is there a green screen and a camera? Otherwise it gets real weird. Like if I don't mention any of those things, it's really hard to like explain your way around that in the moment. No, I'm not having anybody live with me. No, no, no. Listen, let me tell you guys something. Girls love food, and even more guys that can cook food for them, especially if you're a better cook than they are. And if you date the type of girl that I generally do, none of them can cook. Which so your ability to cook becomes a huge bonus. Then why does my wife hate me? Maybe it's because of your tiny wiener, Bob. Thanks, lentil burrito. Yeah, I've never tried the drug angle before, popcorn trader. I guess if I forget to bring up the freezers next time, I'll just be like, "Oh, yeah, those are because I'm a drug dealer." The problem with that though is then they're gonna be like, "Oh, you have drugs," and then I've got to be like, "Ah, fuck." Then I have to find drugs.
That's too much work. I'm glad that we brainstormed that though. Just say you're out right now. I'm a drug dealer. And they're like, oh, so you have drugs? I'm just like, nah. Well, I sold them all, but usually yes. What are your expectations for tomorrow? 45.80? No. Because you said you had 44.50 zero DTEs, I just bought some 44.50 zero DTEs, but I can't sell mine. Why don't you already have drugs? I don't do drugs. I mean, well, I drink and nicotine, but I guess allergy medication. One might think the best drug dealers would always be out of drugs. True. Yeah, I guess, I mean, that would just mean you're good at your job. Tell you're into BDSM, bonds, derivatives, stocks, and margin. Girls love drug dealers. Fact. Thanks, Jero. You don't need to do drugs to sell them. That's true. And honestly, you probably wouldn't be a very good drug seller if you were. I don't. There's probably a phrase for that, even like getting high on your own supply. Stop. They do not. I mean, some of them do. Like, I can tell you, Jen, that some do. If they ask for drugs, you act offended, and then she would think that you're bad at your job and hadn't moved all your product for the day. Okay. So indignant. Maybe rephrase. Some humans love drugs. It's not just some. It's a pretty good chunk. Invite her back to your apartment to watch the movie Shark Tale and have rehearsed the dance number working at the car wash to impress her. What the fuck do car washes have to do with sharks? Repeat after me. The only drug I'm giving you is Plan B in 5 minutes. Man, you do not. You do not. You wear a raincoat in New York. It rains frequently, and sometimes it's not the cleanest rain. Would you date a bipolar? Oh, I have. Yeah, that was fun. Do your freezers have clear fronts? Yeah. So they can see the amazing selection of ice cream delicacies? Yeah, so I just tell them that those are drugs. We hide them in ice cream, right? Okay, possibly 20 years too early? What was too early?
This plan is devolving. I'm sticking to my plan. Don't worry. I'm not listening to anybody in here, John John. Thank God. My wife loves drugs. Thank God she's found a new druggy scumbags to suppliers, so I don't have to. Thank you so much, Ghost of Dan. Also, welcome back to Dillionaire. I saw that this morning. You want me to play you the song? Well, Chapo's wife was just freed. Coincidence? I don't think so. Sure. You got it, man. When's the rug, Dad? It's being pulled slowly, but the things on top of it are heavy. Imagine being that guy who told me earlier that we were going to SPX 4485, and I told him no, no 4480, and then our high for the day was 4479.39. Not and then I sold my calls on that high. So much confidence that I didn't even carry exposure into a higher price level. He has to live with that. That's got to be tough. Don't let it Spy-Fi if you're still here. Although maybe you hate left. Just remember, man, one day you might be almost as good as me. Stop, he's already dead. Wait, hold on. We're almost at 65. We're not there yet. I haven't truly won until we see 65 before 80. You don't understand. For me, winning that is more important than all of my options. There it is. Well, I'm already spent. I guess I don't have to go on a date tonight. I meant that we would go to 65 before we would see a test of 4480. So 4465 before 4480. It's pretty clear. I don't. How many ways do you want me to say it? Did you have to learn to manage your emotions with trading? No, I never felt any. I'm not kidding. I really just don't. Sometimes I get elated, but I don't feel the opposite of whatever that is. Like the sad thing that you guys get. And it's hard for me to fully grasp what you guys are feeling because it's like, oh, lost money, whatever. But you guys are like, lost money, this is the end of the world. Where's Doric? You need to tell him the girl story. I'll Skype him later. It's probably because you're actually good at this. Maybe. I don't know. It probably, like, some of that has to do with, like, working in finance makes you kind of detached from from it all. Because you're usually managing, like, other people's money, right? So you don't give a shit what you do with it. It could be that, Mr. Grey Pubes. I don't know.
I didn't start with that though. It's a confidence thing. You can know you can make more money if you lose it. Yeah, I do. Like I'm really not scared of, like, if I lost everything that I've made over the last like 5 years, I don't think I'd give a shit. I'd just start over. I might be angry for a couple days. Reasonably. I also paper traded so fucking much that I just have like I don't have any like attachment to any of this. It becomes, even for you guys that are more emotionally volatile when it comes to trading, just remember that after enough time, it's there's just nothing there anymore. It's just like a game, right? And like the better you get at it, then it becomes like a game you just know how to beat. You called the top. What's the bottom for today? We could slide under 44.50 or 44.50. If this keeps breaking down, we definitely can. See how little VIX is moving though? So I was right about everything. They sold a shitload of calls out of the money. They pulled back a ton of their Vega risk. Now we're drilling down and VIX is barely going up, right? So this is exactly what they wanted. But yeah, it really will become just automatic. You'll just like I think the biggest problem is so many of you guys just started with real money, right? And instead of like building up that practice and experience and like the confidence in what you're doing. And so you like that, but that skittishness, that like fear, it'll fade, right? Oof. That's a big slap in the dick. Thank you for sharing the Shark Tale car wash song scene with me, Popcorn Trader. Tesla red. Cool. Oh wait, it's not though. It's starting to break down. It lost support at 71. That's a pretty important level. It looks like NQ's not breaking down quite as quickly as SPX. Looks like there's still a decent amount of put interest all the way down to 44.50. 65 is quite strong. 60 and 55, decent. Yeah, so like a little like bit of a ramp that kind of bleeds off. But still some interest kind of all the way down to like not as much interest as there was this morning, but there's still some interest. And on the longer dated strikes, there's quite a lot. 55 is probably the weakest point for a reversal here, which we're kind of seeing a little bit. But if we break down again through 55, quite bearish. All the way down to like 30, actually. 44.30. I don't know if we have enough time to realize that today. We only have an hour left. I think we'd have to sell off really hard. But here's some profit taking. We'll see where it stabilizes. Can you explain further why VIX isn't moving? Because they pulled back a bunch of their Vega risk at 70, 65, 60 and 55 sold puts. They pulled back a good chunk of the ones at 44.50 too, right? So now when the market moves down, the market maker is no longer going long Vega, right? So before, with the Vega risk piled up there around the 44.50 strike, a move down would mean that the market maker would be going incrementally longer and longer Vega, or exponentially longer and longer Vega as the price falls. But once they pull that risk back, the only Vega risk there is like the puts, right? Like, so they're not, the market maker isn't as substantially long Vega as they would have been if the short puts were there. So if they'd left those in place and the price tanked, VIX could spike really, really, really hard, right? Like up to like 14, 15. But now that they've pulled them back, it means that the price can drop further without VIX going up too much. And if they continue to sell calls at every level on the way down, they can continue to use those sold calls to continue to drive the expectation of volatility down. So that's what I said, like when I was talking about it this morning, when I said they're going to try to like walk it down to the next risk level without spiking VIX. That's probably how they would facilitate that. Can they pump this back to the 44.75 level, or have they lost control at this point? I don't think there's... they could. There's not a lot of 44.75 on the chain. It really depends on how much more capitulation occurs here. So this moment is like key for... You'll see these a lot in like breakdowns of price action. So if put buyers leverage up here, you get a continuation, right? If put buyers continue to capitulate, then you'll get a move to the upside. Then you'll get the rest of the reversal. So these tend to be like critical junctions for entering or exiting. So you can take the long side with a stop, right? Or you can take the short side with a stop. Either way, and then you can see how it moves. It's kind of a coin flip. Depending on how long it stagnates. The longer it stagnates, the more of a like directional idea you can get. But usually, if they don't break down quickly, below the prior, well, at least break down quickly away from the nearest strike, then the chances, the longer it stagnates, the higher the chances of it moving to the upside are. Usually downside moves on indexes happen quickly and they need to maintain momentum to continue. And this is why, like, when you're holding puts, it's good to just snap them closed when they hit your price targets, right? Because there's a very good chance that a bounce will occur. Because all the other put holders will sell. I don't know why you have VIX calls. They're very overpriced. You should be careful with those. Especially if you've been buying them here at the bottom. The out of the money strikes on the call side of VIX are like 0.4. Like there's a lot of put call parity. Although maybe it's more in line with the contract in front now, that because today's the VIX expiration. But generally speaking, the VIX calls have been very mispriced recently. So it's better to get Vega exposure through other instruments like SPY or SPX. Or at least that way you know that in the future. If VIX is massively overshorted, it's usually not good to get calls on VIX. Bought them on Monday. I think their pricing's still pretty fucked up. But let me see.
It's like the October monthly. Yeah, see, like the out of the money delta. Oh wait, these are verticals. Hold on. Yeah, the out of the money delta is seriously fucked. Like the 14 is 7.75 delta. Like you have to get all the way out to like $17 before you get under 0.5. If JPL pauses, do we riot? I mean, no. Like holding the rate isn't good either. Actually, as far as like currency stability is concerned, it's almost more bullish if he raises. Right? If he doesn't raise the rate and we continue to see the pressure effects on dollar value, um then yeah, it's a very there's a really good possibility that a pause is the more bearish of the two outcomes. If he raises rates, he opens up the currency exchange spread a little bit and kind of eases the risk there. But Japan can collapse it at any time from the other side of the trade, so and remember through all of this that's always kind of hanging over. That's kind of like hanging over everything, like a creepy uncle. Um, and if you're wondering why would bulls de-risk here, that's probably a large part of it because the risk in that trade is increasing exponentially. The longer time goes on and the current economic conditions persist, the higher Japan's inflation is likely to move, and the more likely they are to collapse the spread in the carry. Right, and so it's better to start de-risking now. And you saw this in '07 leading into '08. They started to de-risk that trade almost a year before the market crashed. Um, they had a lot more warning signs back then. This time, the pace is far more accelerated, but and then because they're de-risking that trade, that cuts off the flow of positive rate lending in the U.S., which means that they're going to have to crunch credit hard because now they can no longer lend against the favorable yield, right? And that means that the credit spread is going to just get destroyed, and banks aren't going to want to fucking lend money to anybody because there's no profitability in lending. You know, or rates have to skyrocket, one or the other. Do you think we lose the 4460 level? Looks like we are. Yeah, I'd imagine bears are going to get real attracted to this price action. Still, my favorite part of the boring day is when someone goes head to head against Girk's predictions. P.S. In case I don't catch up on time, I've made money. Thanks, Pickle Man. Nice, bravo. I think most of the put overholders have made money so far. Not all of them, but most. It'd be a shame if Japan made an announcement tonight. It would be. I'm not ready for a crash yet. I mean, I'd make money, but I'd prefer if they waited a couple of weeks or a month or two. Checking in, put overholder here. Made a lot of money. Nice, man. Are we having more jobs data this week? No, I don't believe so. Not anything important. Just like jobless claims. We have PPI tomorrow.
PPI and the ECB interest rate decision. PPI is a little harder to predict. I don't understand the model as well, and mostly because they've changed it a bunch. But PPI should be expected to. I think the expectation is a slight increase. And oil will be mostly responsible for any increase in PPI. That and there's some supply chain pressures that are starting to pick up, especially with us importing significantly less from China. That's gonna raise some producer prices drastically. We also have the ECB rate decision tomorrow morning, and then I think tomorrow night we have something from China, maybe in industrial production, which is that's a huge report for them. That's really important. Because if China's industrial production isn't expanding, their economy is dead in the water. Holding those Apple puts overnight, I mean, it's not a put, it's a spread, but yeah, I would say so. Do you think Powell and Ueda speak often and wouldn't be caught off guard by Japan? I don't know how transparent BOJ's being. Historically, they're very tight-lipped about their plans and changes they're going to make, and usually their decisions come as a surprise. They're trying to do more of the like the verbal. Well, yeah, that's not the best way to put it. Hold on. They're trying to use more of the I'm trying to think of a good way to put this. More signaling. Yeah. I mean, I guess you could call it signaling. They're trying to use more of that narrative crafting approach that the Fed's been using throughout this inflation cycle, but they're very bad at it. And so no one really knows what they're doing. Like the Fed used to be really bad at it too. Our our central bank. And through the 90s into the financial crisis especially, the Fed started to get a lot more transparent with their plans, and they noticed that there was a very real effect of them just discussing their plans versus actually implementing them, because the market is forward looking supposedly, right? So Japan's trying to do that. They suck at it. They're still, yeah, very ambiguous, and they 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 tend to disagree with their fiscal policy mainline, and that's super confusing, right? Yeah, so yeah, I don't think we'd have a very clear picture of it. Culturally, talking about finance is kind of frowned upon in Japan. Like finances is kind of frowned on in Japan. And then the idea of talking about your country's finances, especially if they're in shambles, probably very hard to do, you know, from a cultural standpoint. So I think that's one of the reasons they're kind of tight-lipped. They haven't had the best economic conditions for the last like 30 years because of this negative rate policy, but they're very stubborn about it, right? They had plenty of opportunities to shift to a more modern monetary policy and get some and stimulate their economy via inflation, and they've never done it. And mostly because a lot of Japan's foreign trade is through the fact that they have a negative interest rate. So the entire financial world can turn to them in times of high interest rates, and they collect transaction fees, and they make interest, and it's good for them, right? Are we still able to trust that China's truthfully reporting their numbers? Probably not. I would just assume that they're worse than what we get. Yeah, they have been misreporting their youth unemployment. Well, supposedly. The Fed was very clear what they were doing. Some banks just didn't believe them. I mean, some banks didn't. I think the biggest thing here is that the larger financial institutions that have driven much of this price action are fighting the Fed, which is historically an extremely stupid thing to do. But that's what they're doing, right? And so JPOW just keeps raising the rates on them because he doesn't have to really do anything else. NQ's failing. That's good. Yeah. NQ is kind of the last line of like index support here. So how does this not pump back into 65 to the end of the day as soon as VIX hits 14? It might. We'll see. They're kind of stopping our upward VIX progress there at around 1377 right now. We opened this morning much higher. I would imagine that they don't really have a big problem with VIX moving up to like the 1450 level now that they've de-risked a lot. Or they had so many 2.8% mortgages that they couldn't do anything but sell them to Japan. That's partially true as well. If you're sitting on a lot of like US duration at, 2 and 3%, Japan loves this shit because their interest rate's zero, right? So they're more than willing to collateralize these like high, like less liquid, mature securities because they can buy them at a discount and hold them through maturation. And so if whereas in the US nobody fucking wants these, right? Because the yields at like 5%, almost like 4 to 5% across the board, right? When you said something about your 4450Ps, I didn't think you had any hope, but here we are, only $6 away, which is still miles as far as my 4450Ps are concerned. I can't really sell them. I could, but it's not worth losing the trade. So I'm just gonna hold them come what may. What I'm surprised about is that given how broad the knowledge is that the Japan carry trade was a huge factor in the '08 financial crisis, that it's just not being mentioned at all by anybody, right? Like there's as far as I know, I'm the only one really talking about it. I've been talking about it since fucking last year. And now a few people are catching on, but most of them are just like people who are copying me, like YouTubers and shit. Twitter people. But like nobody in finance is really talking about the risk present in that carry trade. Can you explain the Japan carry trade? Yeah. So you're short. So basically, you have a bunch of duration risk. You take it to Japan. You're a U.S. bank, right? So we're talking about those mature securities that nobody fucking wants. Now, the Fed doesn't want them, right? Like, you can't do anything with them. And the market for them is illiquid. So you take them to Japan where the interest rates are zero. And you use them as leveraged collateral with the Bank of Japan. So you leverage up these shitty treasuries. Because you get margin, right? And then through US subsidiaries, you can now lend the capital that you're getting from Bank of Japan at, let's say the mortgage rate, so like 7.27%. And then, you're profiting on some amount of that spread, right? So you're able to borrow money, at effectively 0%. And then you're able to lend it at 7, right? And this allows you to keep the credit markets flowing despite the FFR of 5.25, or, well, I guess we're 5.33 right now. So this is significantly more advantageous than this, right? And then to hedge this, you go long dollar, short yen. But the problem here comes if Japan raises interest rates, the yen value is going to skyrocket. Your spread with the lender is going to collapse, right? Because now all of a sudden all that margin you're carrying is going to move to 5.33%, right? So like if Japan were to peg to the dollar, the yen's going to move up because it's going to become roughly equivalent to the dollar, and the dollar is going to come down. Now, if you've massively leveraged up this trade, the effects of the narrowing of this spread can be billions or trillions of dollars in losses. And then obviously you need to re-collateralize your account with the bank because now you have a margin call. And in order to do that, you need to sell other securities, which back in 07 they turned to like MBS and CMBS. And this is eventually what led to the devaluation from the covering of this carry trade spread collapsing. Largely was responsible for the failure of Lehman Brothers, and maybe also Bear Stearns, because the MBS and CMBS markets were dropping, and they made up a significant portion of Lehman and Bear Stearns portfolios. And so as people continued to sell these off, they were left holding the bag. There's a very good case to be made that the slow collapse of the carry trade with Japan the last time interest rates were high before the '08 crash did in fact, but in that instance it was the US that lowered rates, right? So we moved towards a zero rate policy, and so the spread collapsed from the US dollar side versus the Japan side. Also, the spread wasn't nearly as wide as it is now. So because market participants are heavily incentivized to participate in that carry trade, right? That's a 5% or 533 basis point spread between the BOJ rate and the US rate, right? It's extremely advantageous. And since lending would otherwise lending would have collapsed back in 2022, like back in October when JPOW started pumping the rates as hard as he did, right? And so what everyone did is they turned to the carry trade because they wanted to keep lending. So here's where the banks are, and this is why it's a problem for the banks. Is the banks have they had huge deposit flows, right? And they had to disperse that money somewhere. And you can't really put it into risk equities, right? So because it's depositor funds, so you need same as cash collateral. And so they put it into treasuries, but at the time, our treasury rate was very minimal. It was, like 2%, right? It was really, really fucking low. And so they took all those deposit flows and they dumped them into treasuries. And then JPOW started raising rates, which then started to devalue all the T bills that the banks bought, right? And he started moving them up really quick. And so every time JPOW moved those rates up, these mature securities that the banks had bought during the free money era post COVID lost value, right? So as the yields go up, the value of the bond drops. And so to the point where, we got that regional bank collapse where, regional banks were no longer able to satisfy depositor withdrawals because they had they had no like they didn't have sufficient collateral, right? Now this wasn't a problem for the big GSIB banks because they invest more heavily into MBS and CMBS and other products, and they have a lot more swap exposure and stuff, and so they're able to keep their balance is much much higher. But even they're kind of scared of new capital allocation requirements that are going to come out of all of this, right? I mean, any bank in Japan will. It's not against Japanese bonds. It's for U.S. mature securities. So they're taking those mature securities and they're depositing them with Bank of Japan. And Bank of Japan it's a central bank. So when you say Bank of Japan, it's Bank of Japan and all of the other big banks in Japan, right? The same as the Fed is an amalgamation of all of the large banks in the US, right? Or all the banks in the US. Because those banks are more than happy to hold those securities at a 2 to 3% yield because their yield is zero, right? Does that make sense? They fucking love those products. They're more than willing to collateralize them and leverage them up. And so anyway, because of that, the banks needed to start rapidly increasing the net interest income on their books, right? Because their net interest income was low, but the current interest rates are high. And so right now, if in a perfectly balanced and fair financial system, banks should absolutely be crushing it. They should be trading at all-time fucking highs. Like their net interest income should be through the roof. Um, but it's not because they weren't lending a lot back in the free money era because no one needed extra money, right? And now they're trying to lend as much as possible against the carry spread because they need to improve that net interest income. Otherwise, they'll be at risk for failure in the future. And the only way to do that profitably is through Japan. So in 0708, the unwinding of the carry trade manifested in MBS CMBS sales, MBS CMBS devaluation. But yeah, because of selling. What do you think it would look like now? Probably similar. But the rate the spread hasn't collapsed yet. So any decline right now is people moving in advance of the spread potentially collapsing, right, and trying to reduce risk. If the spread were to actually collapse, that's kind of like a nightmare scenario. Up or down at 44.60 end of day. But we got about 30 minutes left. And we have a decent amount of out of the money puts, so we could break down from here. They're accumulating at 60, 55, and 50. It's not out of the question. I like gaining wrinkles. If the spread doesn't collapse, how long can this continue? Until a point where either Japan needs to move their interest rate up, which is we're on the cusp of, or until the Japanese Ministry of Finance needs to step in to stabilize their currency. So right now, the two critical points to look at are Japanese inflation and yen value. So if the yen is at 150, this becomes a significant risk for them, right? Because remember, if their currency is worth less, that has a feedback effect with their inflation, right? Because the cost of goods is going to increase relative to the value of their currency, and Japan is extremely reliant on imports. And if other currencies are going up and your currency is going down, the people you're importing goods from are charging you more money, right? And then that means that, not only your producer, like your PPI, but your consumer facing inflation are both going to rocket. And Japan knows this. They're aware of the risk that is present, right? And so they've come out and made some statements that they intend to move their interest rate policy or their monetary policy more in line with other major economies, but they haven't yet. They will have to. It's kind of inevitable unless the U.S. were to collapse the trade from the other side. So unless we like sustain a crash or something, and the Fed pulls back rates. Same risk for anybody in the carry trade, though. All of this to say now is a great time to buy Japanese knives directly from Japan. Probably a great time to visit Japan, too. Ooh, someone got spicy there with a little bit of 44.70 call buying. Some of the 50, 55 selling off. 65 still strong. When in doubt, zoom out. Can you zoom out on GME for a couple years to relieve me of my doubt? Oh, that's not going to help you. Can you wear a green turtleneck tomorrow so you look like a floating head? I could probably just do that anyway. Well, the most likely course of action for Japan is to peg to the dollar, right? Which means that all yen transactions would be transacted as if the yen were the dollar, and that would move their interest rate up in line with the Fed, which immediately puts the spread between the two at zero, right? But so then, if the U.S. pulled back, Japan would also pull back simultaneously. Hold on one second. Is the cat lady asking who the fuck Girk let into her apartment? She asked if when I'm done with work, I can help her fix the TV. It's not working. She's stuck. If you get there and the TV's fine, just go with it. The TV isn't working? Is she 65? No. I don't. No. I said I have to finish work, and then I'll come over. Stream canceled tomorrow. That's ridiculous. Get your tool belt. I don't own a tool belt. I took my hat off. I do have a tape measure. You have 23 minutes to get a tool belt. Oh well. I'm not gonna just bang her in my like neighbor's living room or something. Jesus Christ. Dude, definitely do that. You guys are full of horrible advice. Closing exactly where we opened. We played the MM. Did we? This is what I was talking about earlier. Where it's just like low variance. Don't do it, Gurk. She works for BlackRock HR. Oh, cool. Maybe I can get promoted. Did you clip that trade talk? No. I could. I could probably clip it. This was your neighbor's plan all along? What do you mean? And then your neighbor will accidentally walk in on you guys. It's all a setup, man. You guys have watched way too much pornography. It's called research. She's gonna ask you to look at her portfolio. Plot twist, she's the girlfriend of the guy from the subway that threatened to kill a motherfucker. Gherkin's in the freezer. You're welcome in advance. Here's the plan before you go over. VWAP hat with WAP playing loudly in your apartment. Skinny jeans, large sausage. Official leather Porsche jacket. Take long drags on the vape pen. Thanks, man. Can the Bills just give us a break already? They already de-risked and devalued all my puts. Set up a GoFundMe for Kirk's future child support. I took the hat off when I answered the door. Kirk, she may be stuck in the dryer when you're in her apartment. I've seen that before. Alright. Jesus Christ. Just got back. Are we giving hi-fi hot cat lady dating advice? No, this isn't. This is. It's somehow worse. Anyway. My poor 4450s. So close, and yet so far. Have you ever accidentally answered your door with the VWAP hat still on? Yeah, once or twice. Your neighbor's friend planned this for 2 years. She made you move into this apartment and is funding every donation and membership on your channel. We're all just her different personalities. That's not enough of you then. Plot twist, Cat Lady's friend broke up with her fiance because he lost all of his NVIDIA $300 call profit on 0 DTs. Also, win down. We are down. Oh no, we're back up again. Never mind. Didn't we do like... I feel like everything I said that we would do today, we did. Right? They sold puts. Sold calls. Bought puts. And then we end the day somewhere in here. I didn't close my puts today because I was dumb. Well, it's okay. You have till October. We can see more downside tomorrow. We have some data tomorrow. We have PPI and the ECB decision. Perfect setup to grind down slow for the rest of the week. Yeah. We might see continued de-risking at 44.50, but probably from a lower range than we bounced to today. Bearish data, SPX all-time high. You do understand why that happens, right? I'm not just wasting my time talking to you, right? You do understand why the reaction to bearish data is overly positive. Because that data doesn't present an immediate risk, but it presents a long-term risk, which causes risk-off behavior, which is bullish. Everything I say is a shitpost. Oh, okay. I just wondered if people were like confused about that. I get that it's not it doesn't seem logical, but I assure you it is. All that matters today though is that one guy that told me I was wrong and the market was going to 44.90 was in fact wrong. He only needed $4 of price improvement. I needed 15. Who was that? Spy-Fi. That guy has 14 minutes left. Well, no, it doesn't matter because we already tested 65 before 80. I already won. He doesn't have any time left. I have 14 minutes until I go see what's wrong with the TV. And then see if she would like to join me for a delectable Chinese dinner. Do you still have Tesla weeklies? If so, are you holding them overnight? Tesla weeklies? No? You mean from the other day? I opened. I never got to play Tesla. I didn't get home yesterday in time, but I mean, it worked out if you bought them at open and then sold them at 75, and then if you fucked it up, you could have sold them this morning too. If you fucked it up twice, yeah, a succulent Chinese meal. It's okay, actually, I can. At least you acknowledge the cringiness. If you guys haven't seen that video, you should look it up. It's the funniest fucking thing ever. This like drunk Australian guy gets dragged out of a Chinese restaurant by the police. And he keeps telling them to unhand his penis. Could you tell me what price we open at tomorrow before I buy my straddle? No. I'm not a fucking fortune teller. This is democracy manifest. That video is fucking hysterical. History would disagree with you on that not a fortune teller comment. This is this isn't magic. I'm not up here doing stock magic, right? It's just a deep understanding of market mechanics, positioning, and yeah, it's not magic. I'm not like a wizard. No, because magic is an illusion. You're the stock god. Thanks, man. Where's their Vega risk now that they've de-risked? They haven't fully de-risked 4450. They've de-risked a chunk of it though. There's still quite a bit of risk there. But it would move down to like 40. It's like 4415 through 4400, and that's probably their biggest pile of risk, kind of near the money on the chain. Fuck magic. Good luck on getting that Chinese food date. I hope your witty takes of carry trades and straddling lead to you getting to carry her home for straddling. Thanks, Subway Cap. You're describing what a wizard is? No, I'm not. I pay so much money for a stock market magic show. Just rewatch today's stream. No problem, Lily. Where's their biggest risk? The largest portion of their risk right now exists between. Actually, the further out of the money you get, the more there is because they've been selling those all along. But right now, the most consequential risk that we care about is between 4400 and 4300. That will be the hardest for them to de-risk effectively. They've started to de-risk out way out of the money, like down at like 3600, 3800. They still have a shitload of exposure at 4400. 42 and 4250, not as crazy as it was, but still quite high. When you started the stream to track GME, did you imagine 500 people cheering you on as you got laid? No, but thank God, right? Imagine if it was still just watching GME all day. What Chinese food are you gonna order? I'm not getting Chinese food. It was a joke. It was because he tells them to unhand his penis. Some of you got it. Some of you never saw the video. That's okay. Not every joke has to get through to everybody. Did you get laid on stream? No. Follow the way of the male bearded mannequin as you snap your wings between twigs. Tell her it's more than part of an elaborate acrobatic mating ritual. Like a bird of paradise? I'm not going to Old Homestead. Maybe ramen, though. If you guys ever, if you live near a good ramen spot and you ever need to take a girl on a date, take her to the ramen place. There's nothing more confusing than having to eat a giant bowl of soup on your first date. And then you get to drop sick lines like "Let me hear that slurp" when they're nervously trying to eat a spoonful of noodles. Then they laugh, choke on the noodles a little bit, and you can save their life. Oh no, authentic ramen made me shart. Some people look like their job. Does she look like a job? Maybe like hairdresser or esthetician? Maybe interior design? Could be real estate. Although maybe a little young for that. Last girl I took to a ramen place swallowed the egg whole. She's my wife now. Be careful, kings. I would never take anybody to a pho restaurant. You don't feed someone dishwater on your first date. I mean, unless they're into that and you met them on like a kink website. Ew, 70. Sell back off. This is ridiculous. Do her eyes look? She doesn't have crazy eyes, if that's what you're asking. Pho is not amazing. I'm not having this conversation again. Why aren't we at 4,400 yet? Why would we be at 4,400 already? We didn't break 4,450. I do like that Apple moved inverse the SPX into close. That makes sense. I wonder who they'll upgrade tomorrow. Just yeah, it's just zero DTE pumps. Probably 65 puts took profits. This could still close at like 65-ish or under 70. We hold it up long enough, people will forget about the hot CPI print in a few days. We'll see. I don't think anyone's gonna forget that inflation's up, but they disconnected from the underlying at this point. No, it's connected, but only like the breadth is not healthy. Like RSP today is doing terrible. RSP's down 40 BPS. So that's the equal weight index to give you an idea of how much this is being carried by just a few companies. Can EHE hit 25 by Friday? Probably not. I'm sorry you don't have enough theta. Roll it. Or, you know, sell it all and buy a box of Tic Tacs. Oh, okay. Ding ding. The day is done. 44, 67, 50? 48? That's kind of cool. So it did sell off a little bit. Not 65, but 67's alright. A lot closer to the 50, so I prefer that. We'll see how this goes. I think you know, end of day here, we're just seeing kind of the effect of a lot of neutral positioning to cover ECB and PPI in the morning. Obviously, the European rate decision will weigh heavily on the narrative of, you know, the Fed decision moving forward over the next 2 weeks. If the EU raises, the expectation will be that the Fed does as well. If the EU pauses, or the ECB pauses, the expectation will be that the Fed also pauses. However, a pause or a pause from the ECB could mean another jump in dollar value, which can drive up volatility. 369 likes. That's not enough. Apple not doing too well today. Down on the day 1%. Looks like mostly the market was carried by Nvidia, Microsoft, not really Tesla so much. Well, I guess Tesla a little bit. Amazon and Meta. Netflix was down on the day 5%. Apple down on the day 1%. Oh, AMD had a pretty good run today. I think it was like almost 4% at its peak, or 3% at its peak. So they're kind of pumping like all the garbage, like the garbage half of the Mag 7, and a little bit of pump on the stronger side of the Mag 7. Trying to offset those losses on Apple has got to be tough. The RSP, or the equal weight index, was down 40 BPS at close today. So the value of the value of like the broad components of the SPX are largely down, and we can probably see that here on the heat map. We go performance on the day. So really floated Microsoft, Meta, Google, Amazon, and a little bit Nvidia and AMD. Health technology pretty flat. Finance pretty red. Energy and minerals losing ground. Consumer services, manufacturing. Utilities were up today, which is not bullish. Tesla kind of leading the way for consumer durables, and Ford up a little bit. But the rest of the consumer durables were broadly down. Industrial services not doing too well. So, yeah, as you can see, a lot of the components not doing great. A little bit of like tech and tech services did all right today, but that's about it. Oracle seems to have bounced back a bit from its lows. If we take a look at ES, we failed across the 44.76 level, which is regarded as being bullish. We did get a bounce as positioning kind of flattens out here, and the downtrend starts to stabilize. Now, this could very well just break down after another test, and we may get a lower low here below the 44.50 range, and that's really what we're looking for, is that delta neutral target and then a move towards 4400 into the end of the week. So far, I mean, I think we saw a lot of de-risking today. We saw de-risking and rollover on the futures contracts. That's going to be finalizing as we move into tomorrow. Especially the futures roll. The pace of the roll will start to slow down as there's probably not a lot of contracts left to roll over at this point. And we'll still be looking for a breakdown into the more bearish range here on SPX. And I'll update the rest of that tonight for you guys. I'll give you some idea of the effect of ECB and PPI. Although, the ECB thing's kind of unpredictable. I think analyst estimates are pretty split on it, and PPI is largely expected to be up a little due to energy, but core PPI may be down. It probably won't be. Maybe flat or up, I would say. There's some supply chain issues that are ongoing, but PPI is a little harder to track anyway. Anyway, I'm gonna go fix a television, and I'll see you guys bright and early tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. I hope everybody has a great night. I sure as hell intend to. Later.
Kinney's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kinney's.